I wasn't disturbed till I got here. What happened?
Until you got where? Until you got here?
Here to this show.
That's why I'm thinking, here to this show, right? So let's go back. We talked about NPR earlier, and in that last segment I was talking about these biases where Democrats tend to control things, but they never want that revealed. Well, that also happened in the NPR hearing yesterday.
Can we expect that you will bring the same lack of reverence for truth to your management of NPR?
Thank you, Congressman. First of all, I do want to say that NPR acknowledges that we were mistaken in failing to cover the Hunter Biden laptop story more aggressively and sooner. Our current editorial leadership...
Wuhan?
We recognize that we were reporting at the time, but we acknowledge that the new CIA evidence is worthy of coverage and have covered it.
What have you done to clean up the bias before? You mentioned I wasn't there for that. What are you doing to clean up and make sure that we have...
Absolutely. Thank you, Congressman. As I mentioned, I came in May. Mr. Berliner published his story 2 weeks into my tenure regarding stories that had happened prior. I wish that I had had the opportunity to speak with Mr. Berliner. I would have loved to have had him engage and come back to us with some suggestions as to what we could do editorially in order to address what he perceived as bias.
Now you've had a long history, including the thing that I mentioned about lack of reverence for truth. And how reverence for truth, you've even talked about the First Amendment kind of getting in the way of what you wanted to get done. And then you're wanting us to believe that NPR is now taking this non-biased approach. I mean, where was the come to Jesus moment for you, I guess, that has turned you around and that we can trust the American taxpayer dollars with your leadership of NPR?
I so appreciate the opportunity to perhaps clarify some things. My talk about truth was really referencing the way that people use truth to refer to belief as opposed to facts. And my encouragement was that we focus on facts. With regards to the First Amendment...
That's not what your comment said. Your comment said that truth was getting in the way of getting things done and that you were prioritizing what you wanted to get done over truth. And that's really unfortunate. I want to go to a different context because you're allowed to have your political opinion. Any news organization should be going after the truth. That's what we want and expect out of news organizations. But certainly a media platform can have whatever opinion it wants in a free society. The question before us today as a committee is whether or not the taxpayers should be forced to pay for this kind of thing. Mr. Gonzalez, I wanted to
And it should not. Why do we, just ask yourself, why do we have National Public Radio? I'm not going to answer the question. I want you to answer it because obviously I'm biased. I don't think we ought to spend taxpayer dollars on it any more than I think that taxpayer dollars ought to subsidize what I do or what this company does.
That's pretty much all I got.
Ladies and gentlemen, Elvis has left the building.
Follow Michael Brown at Michael Brown USA and stay connected with all of us at 630 KHOW, KHOW.com, and on the iHeartRadio app. Tom Martino is next on Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Your neighbor Judy loves spring in Colorado, but she hates to paint, so she called Rhino Shield.
After having the house painted with kind of usual house paint, I was seeing cracks appearing about every 3 years and just wasn't very satisfied with that.
Rhino Shield ceramic technology is specifically formulated for our unique climate right here in Colorado, and it's Class 1 fire rated.
I can't speak highly enough about the Rhino Shield crew. They also were great at working with me to get the exact right color because I was very particular.
And right now, Colorado, you can get the 25-year guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield for 15% off the regular price.
I would not hesitate to call Rhino Shield, and I am just thrilled to recommend Rhino Shield to my friends and neighbors and family.
Here's owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 844-317-4466. That's 844-31-RHINO or RhinoShieldCO.com.
Go Rhino Shield.
the smartest home loan you can get. A fluid line of credit. Borrow up, pay it down. And all money you keep in the bank lowers your principal and interest. Find out more about the all-in-one loan, or what I call the liquid loan. Call my friend John Clace at CMG Mortgage, 303-577-7206. They also do reverse loans and conventional loans. That's John Clace at CMG Mortgage, 303-577-7206. 577-7206.
We love the open roads here in Colorado. We love our neighbors, even those with horns, and how the charm of cozy towns meets the rush of big cities. So we're putting our energy here at Chevron into preserving what we love about our home. From less greenhouse gas emissions from our operations to fewer trucks on the road. Visit colorado.chevron.com.
Imagine selling your home and getting paid before and after it sells. It's like getting paid twice. You can with Orchard. Listen to this. Orchard puts cash right in your pocket so you can buy your dream home. Then your Orchard experts prepare and market your old home, including repairs, showings, even price-boosting upgrades. And here's why Orchard's the best. When your home sells for more, which happens 9 times out of 10, you get that cash too. It's almost like getting paid twice. That's why Orchard is the smarter, faster, hassle-free way to sell your home. Let's review. Orchard can unlock cash from your old home to use on your new home. That's payday number 1. You buy your new place, and once you're in, Orchard sells your old home for top dollar. You get that money too. Boom! Payday number 2. Learn how much you could make with Orchard. Start with your free home valuation at Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
Men, is good enough really what you want with your sex life? This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if erectile dysfunction is making a bad bedroom experience for you and your partner, you should call us, because you want your intimacy to be fantastic, both for you and the one you love. At Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, our treatments have success rates well over 90%. And because we're a medical practice focused on men's sexual health, we can offer many treatment options and even combine treatments to find the right one for you. Which means if you're like most of our patients, we can likely get you performing like you haven't in years. So make an appointment and make a change from good enough to really good. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, a Promenic restorative health practice.
This report is sponsored by Hillsdale College.
We've got potentially some record-breaking heat on the way for today. I've got your high at 79. The record is 78. We're going to see sunshine to start, a few more clouds, maybe a few sprinkles this afternoon. I'm Fox 31, Pinpoint Weather Team meteorologist Kylie Burse.
At hillsdale.edu/Jesse, sign up for a free online learning course about the design and purpose of the Constitution. Our country needs more Americans who understand the Constitution. Learn more at hillsdale.edu/Jesse.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. Make us the #1 preset on the free iHeart Radio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. More jobs slashed at the Department of Health and Human Services.
This is a very significant announcement. The Department of Health and Human Services confirms that they're going to take about 10,000 full-time employees and eliminate those positions. This comes after already 10,000 people have taken buyouts or early retirements there. So 20,000 jobs at that agency now will be cut.
ABC's Karen Travers at the White House. European automakers getting nervous about President Trump's latest tariff announcement, 25% on all imported cars and car parts that are not manufactured in the United States. A tourist submarine on its way to see a coral reef sank in the Black Sea today, was carrying Russian tourists. At least 4 of them on board were hurt. There were 45 people who were on board. The alleged leader of the violent MS-13 street gang has been arrested in Northern Virginia. The 24-year-old from El Salvador, described as one of the gang's top 3 leaders in the country. This is ABC News. Attorney General Pam Bondi says a key leader of the street gang MS-13 is now in U.S. custody.
He was one of the top members, top 3 in the entire country, head of the East Coast, one of the 3 leaders, and I will say very violent crimes. Anything you can associate with MS-13, he was the leader over it. All of the violent crimes.
The arrest happening in Northern Virginia and included several members of that gang. Major anti-abortion groups are gathering in Washington, D.C. today, beginning a major lobbying effort with Congress and President Trump's administration aimed at pulling all funding for Planned Parenthood. The Supreme Court hears a case next month that could strip the organization's Medicaid funding. Paris's public prosecutor is requesting that actor Gerard Depardieu be found guilty and given an 18-month suspended sentence over accusations by 2 women of sexual assault on a film set. I'm Sherry Preston, ABC News.
Exit right there.
Hey sis, missed you this morning. Kim told me you weren't feeling well, so I'm just doing a self-care check.
Oh, thank you, friend.
How you doing?
Girl, listen, my energy was so low because I didn't eat breakfast when I got up, so I had to miss virtual yoga with y'all.
Trust me, I understand.
But I'm doing much better now that I've eaten, so I'm back on track.
Great. In that case, let's get some steps in tonight. I'll come over and we can walk around the lake.
Sounds good. Appreciate you being in my business, too. Now, let me get in yours. Did you check your blood pressure today?
I did that and my squats, okay?
Okay.
High blood pressure is not going to be my friend if I can help it. See you at 6?
Let's get it. See you then.
Now more than ever, it's important that we protect our hearts and the hearts of those we love. Check in on one another and be a part of a healthy blood pressure movement. Rally your squad to take the online pledge at releasethepressure.org. Brought to you by the Release the Pressure Coalition and the Ad Council.
KHOW News Time, 10:03.
The Cherry Creek School District is partnering with Denver's women's professional soccer team on a stadium. The team also building a headquarters and training facility in Centennial. Cherry Creek District CFO Scott Smith says pumping money into a project like this supports the district's goals.
We're deploying this in the best way possible to ensure that all of our students can follow their pathway of purpose, and athletics and internships and growing women's sports in the community is definitely a pathway that we want to support.
The soccer team will play in that stadium until their permanent facility opens in 2028 near I-25 and Broadway. State lawmakers are being asked to support a proposal to make public transportation in the Denver area more available and reliable. Members of the Alliance to Transform Transportation are asking the state to invest $420 million a year as part of a 10-year plan to get all RTD buses and trains running every 15 minutes. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Woodley's Fine Furniture.
All right, not doing too badly right now. We're improving up north. Some slowdowns from Highway 7 heading up past Erie, but all lanes are open from a crash late in the rush hour. 270 is a little heavy both directions, but especially west, heading through Vasquez right now. That's due to just regular traffic and a little bit of construction at the interchange. No lanes are blocked there. Pena looks pretty good for us, and into the foothills, still seeing some slowdowns at the top of Floyd Hill on I-70 West, making your way down to US 6. They're doing rock scaling again. We have a reopening, but there may be closures ahead. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
Woodley's Fine Furniture, specializing in handcrafted Colorado-made furniture, custom upholstery, solid wood, and the most comfortable leather furniture imaginable. You will not find better built furniture in Colorado than at Woodley's. Visit Woodleys.com today.
Beat the spring cleaning rush if you call now. ZeroResDenver.com. The only cleaning method that uses no soaps or chemicals. $109 for 3 rooms and a $75 discount for duct cleaning. They also do tile, upholstery, mattresses, and more. Zero Resified means a healthier clean, even better indoor air quality. 303-471-5150. ZeroResDenver.com.
Check the mail for Valpak and you could be an instant winner. That's right, tucked in with those coupons is your chance to win big. From cash and gift cards to attraction and concert tickets, every month is something new with prizes for the whole family. Go ahead, open that blue envelope of savings to see if you've won. Because with Valpak Instant Win, there's nothing to buy or do to cash in. Just thousands of real winners winning real prizes, no strings attached. No purchase necessary, void or prohibited. Prizes are randomly inserted. See specially marked Valpak envelopes for details.
You have our word will treat you right at Done Right Home Improvements. DRHI.com.
News. Talk. We need to talk. Talk. This is Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW. An iHeart radio station. Denver's talk station. Talk radio. 630 KHOW.
I listen in the morning because he's smart and witty.
Michael Brown.
Yeah, Brownie knows his stuff.
Tom Martino.
Martino gives great advice.
Ryan Schuling.
Ryan has strong opinions, and I like that.
Dan Kaplis.
And Kaplis, he keeps fighting the good fight.
On Denver's talk station.
The station I keep it on.
630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Today we have Henry Bretz with us from Excel Roofing, talking about roofing and getting ready for the rains ahead. Also, anything near and dear to your heart and pocketbook. Marc Mager back at the ranch with Suze and is Deputy Bo in there? Do I see? Anyway, so
yes, you do.
Okay, now I have a theory, and I want to see if you guys think I'm nuts. By the way, give us a call for problems, questions, and complaints, and we will solve your problems. And I do have a caller, but I want to say very quickly, we have two things to talk about, but I want to say very quickly, I figured out the Yemen call, and I figured out what they were doing. You want to know what it is? They never gave any kind of classified information over that call. But I think they wanted it to leak. I think they wanted that reporter to hear, so that reporter would report, and that's a way of threatening Yemen without actually threatening Yemen. They actually, that Yemen is saying, whoa, they're talking about bombing us. Holy crap. Now, do you think that's too far-fetched that they would actually pretend they leaked something on a call with a reporter? What do you think? Mark, what do you think?
Oh, I don't know if it was intentional. Honestly, I think it's a big nothing burger. Nothing bad came out of it. I mean, I think the strike went perfect.
Well, there was no strike, I don't think. They were talking about a possible strike, right?
No, I think they. No. They sent the drones in, and then right after that, the F whatever.
Okay, I didn't know they actually executed. Did it happen right after that phone call?
Yeah, it was actually
a
chat
session. It was a chat session.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. After that call, after that chat, was it?
Yeah, and what happened though, Tom, is the reporter that was in the loop on accident, he thought it was a setup, just like you were saying, but he got out to his car. I think he was leaving lunch, the story goes, and he turned on the radio, and we just bombed the hell out of him. It was exactly what the text said.
Oh, okay, cool. See, I didn't know any of that. I guess I was out of the loop on that.
But Craig, it was a great strike, no matter what.
Yeah. Craig, what's going on? Hello, Craig?
Fighting with Comcast.
Why are you fighting with them?
I have no incoming calls.
And this is your Comcast phone, your IP phone?
Yes, this is my, it's cordless, but it's my landline phone. It's my main phone.
Over Comcast?
Correct.
Okay.
I'm sorry, no, CenturyLink.
Oh.
I'm sorry, did I say Comcast?
Yeah, you said you were arguing with Comcast. So, CenturyLink, you have a regular old-fashioned landline with CenturyLink?
Essentially, yeah. It's a 4-phone cordless answering machine.
Okay. But it plugs into the wall like an old-fashioned phone?
Correct.
Okay. And what happened to your phone? Where did you get this phone to begin with?
The actual phone I bought years and years ago from, I can't remember, a Kmart or a Walmart.
Okay, so tell me, when did you first have trouble?
2 weeks ago, this coming Sunday, somebody called me and they said, your phone is not working. And it's not working. So I called my own, I have a cell phone as well. I called my landline phone from my cell phone, and it didn't even ring. It just chopped off and said, this number is no longer in service.
Okay. I have a very obvious question. Did you try using another phone, plugging it into the wall, and taking out that hub?
Yes, I have kind of as a last resort a corded landline,
Yes.
Which I tried also, and nobody can call in on it. I have no rings. Nobody rings me.
Well, is this the kind of phone that when you pick it up, you hear a dial tone or not?
Yes, sir.
And when you plugged in that...
Well, I pick it up and then I have to push phone.
Okay, I get it. But when you put your old-fashioned phone in there and plugged it in, did you hear anything? Did it work at all?
No, same thing. Tried to call my number, and there's no ringing on the cordless phone, and there's no ringing on the corded phone.
Okay, so it's definitely okay. I just wanted to eliminate that old phone, and you did. You put a different phone in there, and the different phone didn't work. So, I guess what I'm asking is, can you make phone calls outbound?
Yes, and I'm calling you on that number right now.
Oh, that's the okay. Hold on. There is a problem with your wiring, and I got to think what it is. With phone lines, you need voltage to receive a call. Voltage is what triggers the ring. And for outgoing calls, you don't need that. So there's some kind of input voltage or something. But I want to get one of our maybe we can. Any of my listeners know anything about this? What CenturyLink won't look at it?
Well, that's what I wanted to go on with. I have been in touch with CenturyLink many times. They have given me 2 or 3 different dispatch tickets. The first one, dispatch ticket, a guy actually came over here to my house. He checked the line and he said the problem is not with you, it's with our switching stations downtown. Okay, so we had to generate another dispatch ticket, and that somehow got canceled or something. I have been in touch with CenturyLink many times. They give me repair orders and dispatch tickets, but nothing ever gets my service back.
Can I ask why you have cell service? Why you have landline service?
Oh, I'm kind of an old guy, and I guess that's kind of my considered my last resort.
So you didn't want to go with you could get a cheap cell phone and do away with all this, keep the same phone number, and it would be cheaper. How much are you paying a month for this?
I'm exploring my possibilities right now. Well, my cell service I have with AT&T. I have
well, hold on. Why don't you just use your cell phone? Why do you have a phone? Your cell phone will work at your house, right?
Correct, yeah, and that's one of the possibilities I'm thinking about.
How much do you pay a month for the CenturyLink? What is the charge on that CenturyLink?
Yes, and it's just the phone.
How much?
Almost $100 a month.
Why are you doing this, man? You're wasting time. I don't even want to solve this problem. I just want you to get off it. I'm serious, man. I'm truly serious. This is almost $100 a month for a landline, and you have a cell phone. I don't know why you have it. I wouldn't use it. But, I wouldn't pay for it either. I don't know what you want us to do. I don't even want to waste the deputy's time on this. Why do I care if you get calls on that line when you shouldn't even be having that line? I don't know. This is one that's not worth the effort.
Craig, that comes out to $1,200 a year.
$1,200 a year.
You're paying $1,200 a year to CenturyLink for a crappy service. Why do you really need that? Other than you called yourself an old guy.
I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. If you're looking to see what your house will sell for in this unstable market, it's a hot market sometimes, but not for others. Find out what your home will sell for. Frank Duran, this free of charge, no obligation, 303-920-1622. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com.
Okay.
Spring in Colorado, and if you're a business owner that hates to paint, do what business owner Steve did. He called Rhino Shield.
The building itself is made out of concrete block. We've had it painted once before, and I heard the ads for Rhino Shield, and that piqued my interest.
Rhino Shield ceramic technology is specifically formulated for our unique climate right here in Colorado, and it's Class 1 fire rated.
So the Rhino Shield crew that came out was really good. Next to our building, we have some automotive repair shop. There was no paint, no overspray anywhere that I could see, even on the concrete.
Business or residential, get the 25-year guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield right now for 15% off the regular price.
I don't think of paint as an investment, but when you don't have to worry about painting your building for 25 years, to me is a no-brainer.
Here's owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 844-317-4466. That's 844-31-RHINO or rhinoshieldco.com.
Go Rhino Shield.
Hey, please mark your calendars for Saturday, April 5th, 10 in the morning. Hey, man, we'll have some fun. Coffee and Danish, huh? I'm going to be there with Barry Miller, the father of Vestera Turnkey. We'll be talking about his program to make you a landlord without the conventional risks and hassles. We'll also be talking with me. I'll be there to talk about how to use qualified or retirement money to do it. So if you're interested in this topic, give us a call. No, go to this website and sign up because seats are going fast. MyBiggestReturn.com. MyBiggestReturn.com. Genesis Total Exteriors does kitchens, baths, and basements too. Did you know that? Plus siding, windows, doors, decks, and painting. Everything on the outside and inside, it's Genesis. Genesis TotalExteriors.com. I've known this family for years. It's really a great run company, one you can trust in a time of upheaval when it comes to contractors. Let me tell you something, but you can trust Genesis, 303-679-8509.
Okay.
How much time?
3.5.
Okay.
So Henry, how many people
I'm doing way
in a
better,
box that are in a box?
I'm gonna go home and sleep afterwards.
See,
Yeah, you just kind of seem a little tired.
He is going to be there.
Oh.
Like not sick.
Hey, Tom?
Like you've been up.
Yeah?
Tom said that he thinks he's
You're sick, Dimitri?
No, not me. Are you kidding me?
he wasn't sure if he was going to be feeling well enough.
Did you hear me?
Who's that?
Yeah.
That was Mark.
And
Wondering
Dolce
if
will
I'm
be there.
sick.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, should be
Hey,
good.
Tom,
Yeah? Yeah?
you have Leland Holding.
Gotcha. I know that, but I mean, I had a
yeah.
call.
No, I know. I'm just reminding him.
Can he give me the I want the bill, the SB. It's a Senate bill, right?
Yeah.
Put the
Let me
number
get
up
it
there,
for you. Hold
please.
on. Yep.
You're fixing that. Oh,
food How much was a plate of sandwiches?
So it's not just the sandwiches. They do like an appetizer and like popcorn, and then a big production out of a whole lot of nothing. But like that one meal package is like $20.
You come over and sit here usually.
I think I spent $1,000 on food.
Last time I just sat here.
I'm into the whole thing for I think $11,000, $12,000
For one.
Because it doesn't look weird or anything to have nobody there. Because I think you left it on a wide shot.
Oh, that's good.
No wide shot.
Yeah, the medium wide shot with the two cameras.
Yeah, that's what makes it all worth it.
Is your accounting lady going to be there?
I love my
Marion?
Marion?
I really do. Are you friends with Marion?
She's the one I deal with mostly,
Oh, yeah.
just administrative stuff. So
It's a lot of
I like saying hi to her now and then.
It's a couple of our best sales guys, and then also
my next question.
this one lady, Abby.
Everything looks like.
Okay.
But there's a lot of the business to business.
So I have
Cool.
biopsies
really good customer.
The 10th.
Mm-hmm.
I guess
Good customer, majors.
Mics are checking in, huh?
Your mic was on.
General contractor that refers us a bunch of business. Like we're doing it right.
Cool, fun. I've been doing abs game in a few years.
How long did it take you to get that box? Do you just call up? Do you have to do it like a year in advance?
No, they have them available. So like, I don't know. I called up like a month early. I asked them how much they wanted for it, and you have to go through their like VIP booking.
Oh.
So you have to call them. You can't just buy the tickets online.
What does the
So I emailed them back.
What does the rest of your day look
At
like?
first,
Do you
I thought
have
it
to
was
cut
gonna be
stuff
cheap.
up
I
after
thought
the
that I would
show,
just
or
kinda
what?
do like
Yeah,
a
that'll
little-
be somewhat quick.
Okay,
You know, I
because
thought if you
when
could
do
do
you
it
want
like
to
a
do
few days
orders?
before, where it's
We'll have to do them when we get
you
home.
know, like trying to buy concert tickets.
Hey, Shannon, did that audio? There's no issue, I assume. Do you know?
I used to go to Stevenson. Toyota had a box. They just had it for the whole year. I bet them, they were entitled to 8 concerts.
They told me that it was.
Basketball.
Is it a 4 or 5 week, by the way?
If you want to buy the whole box, they were trying.
Hi, Tom Martino here. So, there's a new proposal in the state legislature, Senate Bill 25003, and I want to know what it's all about. It has to do with guns. Leland Conway, former talk show host on this show, on this station. We love him. We know him. He's a good guy. He also does a lot of talk radio around the country. Leland, what is this new nonsense? What are they? Tell me exactly what it says, what they say it says, and what it really says.
Yeah, sure, for sure. By the way, good to hear your voice, Tom.
Yes, man.
It is nonsense. So basically what SB 03 does is it bans all gas-operated semi-automatic rifles and pistols. What that means, gas-operated means essentially any AR style, the scary military style, any type of semi-automatic rifle that is sort of stylized that way, if it has a detachable magazine. Now, there's a lot of significance to how they've written this because it's ridiculous. So you could go and have one if it had a fixed magazine, which changes the entire operation of that firearm and makes that firearm ridiculous and essentially useless. However, if you still want to buy the gas-operated semi-automatic rifle, you have to take an extended firearm safety course plus a hunting course in order to purchase this firearm. But then it gets worse, Tom, because in order to qualify to be able to take the course, to be able to purchase this constitutionally guaranteed right firearm, you actually have to go to you have to go to the Parks and Wildlife Department, where they will issue your ability to take this course, and then you have to take this additional 4-hour course. So the goal here, and this is what's really sinister about this, the goal here is to make it really, really difficult to buy one without the government, the state government, knowing exactly what you're buying, that you're buying it, and that you have it. And then there's one more sinister thing down at the bottom of the bill, and they've done a lot of amendments to this, so I reread it this morning. And down at the very bottom of the bill, in the past, as you know, back in 2013, Colorado essentially put a magazine capacity limit on magazines for firearms, and the magazine limit is 15. That's the state limit. Prior to this, anybody who owned one prior to that ban, basically, it was grandfathered in. There was no way to prove one way or the other whether you bought it before or after. But now, according to the legislation, it says that you, in possession of such a magazine, are guilty of a misdemeanor. So it will instantly make thousands of Coloradans criminals who have 30-round magazines or 20-round magazines from previous
they were grandfathered in. They were grandfathered in, but now they're a crime.
Mm-hmm.
But I have a question. It's a very stupid, maybe obvious question. I had an AR-15, I practiced with it, and I got rid of it. And what I want to know is, I don't know what they're talking about, and this sounds ignorant, but gas-powered. What does that mean?
Yeah. So it's basically, there's essentially, and I'm not a firearms expert in the sense that I don't exactly I'm not a gunsmith, right? But there's a chamber in a semi-automatic rifle that is like an AR-15 where gas kind of helps diffuse the heat from the barrel from the explosion of that round leaving the barrel. And so that's why you have like a muzzle flash on an AR-15. It's why a lot of AR-15s will have these sort of rails on the side that are openings that let that air out. It kind of helps keep it cooler because it's firing a very high velocity round.
So they're talking about
all part of how you keep that. Yeah,
they keep some of that air to help the projectile. Is that what you're saying? It's like it's almost like turbocharged.
Yeah, kind of. I mean, it's a high velocity round. So an AR-15, what's interesting, like there's when you look at a caliber 223 or 5.56, what that is, it's essentially a 22, right? Like a lot of people don't realize this. Like you think, oh well, a 22 is really like a nothing gun, right? There's not much to it, but it's just a much higher velocity. It has more powder in it, and so it's gonna move much faster. It's slightly longer.
Yeah,
but
so
it's really from a caliber is really just
This is what my boyfriend says. That's what I call my companion here, GPT. Anyway. The hot gases from the burning gunpowder expand rapidly. Some of that gas is redirected, just what you said, it's redirected and used to propel.
Yep.
So it's like an internal turbo. And the gas travels through a gas tube. And but it helps the bolt.
So a little history on that if you want it, like a little history on.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say one of the reason these firearms are designed that way, and this is, I don't want to make the liberals point for them, but they were designed for the battlefield where, you know, these rounds will go straight through, right? So a lot of times they'll wound an enemy soldier, and if you can wound an enemy soldier, you can take 3 guys off the field because 2 guys got to carry them off, right? But they're extremely fun firearms to operate, and they're extremely great varmint guns, and in some cases they work really well for hunting rifles, you know. So there's a lot of different legal and justifiable uses for these firearms, and what happens is these folks on the left, they don't like these weapons because they're effective, right? And that's something that they can't stand. They don't want people to have effective weapons because they misunderstand why the Second Amendment exists in the first place.
Okay, here's the deal. Do you really believe we're going to do any good? I mean, when the Colorado legislature is farther left than California. So I don't know why you think you can even make any headway to defeat this. And I hate to sound like a defeatist, but come on, man.
Yeah. Well, I think it's going to pass, right? And I think this is I love what you said at the beginning where you were like, what they say it says and what it says, right?
Yeah.
The thing that really concerns me about all of this is that I think Polis has eyes on 2028, but I don't think he wants
eyes
to be
on 2028 as a president.
I think that's where he wants to run, but I don't think he wants to be the president, or I don't think he wants to be the candidate that actually banned semi-automatic firearms, you know, AR-15s, quote unquote assault weapons in his state. So this gives him an out, right? This gives him an out because he can say, hey, we didn't ban the AR-15. We just required a little more training for it, and who could disagree with that? That's the direction that he's going with this, and that's why I think the fix is kind of in on this. It doesn't mean we shouldn't fight it, because if people call their senator, it's got to go back to the Senate now, right? It's passed the House. It goes back to the Senate. They have to do concurrence, which means the Senate has to agree with all the amendments the House put on it. You know how all that works, right?
Yeah.
So where we can be most effective right now is by calling our senator, and then the next place is by, you know, letting the governor know how you feel about this, so that he recognizes that there's a lot more pushback than he probably anticipated. Because here's the worst part of all of this, Tom. At the end of the day, they're building a gun registry. That's, if you read the legislation. I can't speak. A talk show host, I can't speak. If you read the legislation, it says that the Department of Wildlife has to create a database of the information of everyone who goes through these courses and then purchases one of these firearms. So they're creating a database of who has these weapons, so that later, you know, they can come back and they can confiscate those weapons, or they can take those weapons away if they can get to that point. So it creates a gun registry for those who own these types of weapons, which federally is illegal. So we'll see where that goes.
Right. No, I understand. What, you know, I don't trust anything anywhere anymore. I mean, it's like, you know, it just sucks. What do you think people should do right now, Leland? Because I'm going to go on to a call.
Yeah, yeah, right now they need to call their senator. Whoever your senator is, call them and say, hey, look, Bill, especially if you live in an area that is represented by a Democratic state senator. You need to call him very politely, obviously, right? Because disrespect gets us nowhere.
Yeah.
But call him politely, say, hey, this is why I don't support this bill, and I want you to vote against it.
Got it. Leland, thank you very much, man. I appreciate you being on. Always feel free to call in with any issues. Andrew, you want to call about a Tesla. What's going on, Andrew?
I was just curious if Mark was on. I was wondering how the Tesla in auto drive handles like a four-way stop.
Perfectly.
So it knows where it is in line.
I'll tell you a quick story. Tom, you didn't know this either. So last week when you were out, Joe Chiano was in. And when he left, no, actually you weren't out. I'm sorry. We were both here. I was here. Joe was here. You were at your home studio.
He wanted to try out your car.
He wanted to try the self-driving because he heard me talk about it. So at noon, we went down, hopped in my car, and he sat in the driver's seat, and I told him put in an address, so we put in Maggiano's. And it left the circle here, and he did not touch the wheel, the gas, or anything, all the way to Maggiano's. Then I simply hit the work button, which brings us back to the station. He went out and bought a Tesla Saturday.
Are you kidding me? Wow.
I am not kidding you. He went out and he ordered a Model S Saturday, so I found that so funny.
But it handles construction cones really well. It sees everything, Mark.
I'll tell you something. Shocking. I really do. It's amazing to me. Mark,
something
when you say
really
you don't have to touch it. I mean, it stops at red lights.
Hold on, real quick.
It stops at red lights.
It does all. It does everything. Of course, it stops at red lights.
It change lanes.
It does everything.
It changed lanes.
You know, like up by the outlet malls.
Everything, Tom.
Oh, yeah, and I set mine on aggressive, so when it gets me on the highway, you know, it's looking for the fastest way. So it'll move over and it'll zip in front of people and everything.
That's just astounding to me. Why haven't the other manufacturers caught up with that? These people are
They don't have the technology, so a lot of the companies are going to be leasing, I guess. I don't know exactly financially how they're going to work it out, but are going to have the Tesla software, and they need to retrofit their cars.
Every time I think I want I want another car, you always bring me back to Tesla, and it's so hard to beat. Even pricing right now, Mark. I mean, they're expensive cars, but so is everything. And when you compare to what you get, it's not terribly priced at all.
Best battery out there, so the best mileage, and then on top of that, you have the fastest cars on the planet, basically, if you want to get the 3-motor Plaid. And then the next step is just the technology. So, Andrew, I do want to tell you something that's even cooler. When we're driving through Franktown, our neighborhood, we have deer and turkey and all this stuff everywhere all the time. I mean, if we didn't see 50 deer on our way home, it would be a strange day. And in the little cockpit, it knows the difference between people walking and deer walking. And I've always wondered if the deer and the person jumped out in front of the car all of a sudden to where the car had to make a choice. I have always wondered if it would know to hit the deer. You know what I'm saying, Tom? Like, have they actually thought it out to that? Because it'll show you a deer, literally a deer walking compared to a human walking.
Wow.
That's
incredible.
Yeah.
I was just curious because we've got like a real busy 4-way stop down from our office.
Yep.
And it's, most people know how to navigate, but some of them will just go. And so I was just
what I was
going to
say is
jerk stop. And
here's another thing. Even if the Tesla does
it yields to the left or it yields to the first person that got there. It knows the rules. I mean, that's the quick
and you
answer.
know what, Mark? I swear to you that people who use the 4-way stop worry me more than the Tesla, because I I swear to God, I can get there and I can be camping there for a day and then another car pulls up and thinks it's his first. I mean, I just don't get it. I don't know how they calculate who's next. You simply, the one who comes to a stop has the right of way first, the one who comes to a stop first. But people don't care. I don't think.
Well, and if it's the same time, you yield to the left.
Yeah, the one to the right has the right of way, not the one to the left.
Well, yeah, but going around in a four-way, it would ultimately be, if all four came to the exact same time, the people, you'd be the last one. I mean, right? Because it would be the one to your right, to their right, to their right.
Oh, I don't know.
Hell, maybe I don't know.
No, on that part.
I haven't driven my car in so long, I'm not sure.
Is, if you get there at the same time, it's the one on the right. If you're opposite each other, and somebody's turning left, you obviously don't, they have to yield to you. And if you're going to straight, it doesn't matter. But when it's perpendicular and you get at the same time, the one to the right has the right of way. That's all I know, is when you're perpendicular. So if you had 4 cars, you would have 2 sets of perpendicular cars, and the one to the right would yield. That's the way it would work.
Yeah, that's what it says. It says the first vehicle to arrive goes first, but if you arrive at the same time, the vehicle to the right has the right of way.
Exactly. Okay, we have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. Henry Bretz with Excel Roofing, though, they are doing a special gutter cleaning for folks. Henry, tell me what the gutter cleaning is.
Absolutely, Tom. So this is going to be a big deal for the Martino listeners. We usually charge $2.99 for 1 story and $3.99 for 2 story. But for this special only, all Martino listeners are going to get a $99 gutter cleaning special. So if you call XL Roofing and mention the Martino gutter cleaning special, we will come out there and clean all of your gutters for just $99.
That's incredible. And then you have a great roofer looking at your gutters, and if something's up, they can tell you. But Excel, E-X-C-E-L, as in excellent, excelroofing.com. But you got to call for the Martino special, 303-761-6400.
Yep.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Dan Kaplis today at 4, 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by our
Well, you were doing that yesterday, too, but he wasn't there.
Floyd Hill coming out of Idaho Springs there, generally right around the Veteran Memorial Tunnels. Closed right now, just beginning to back you up a little bit. Those are 20-minute closures. US 6 west of Golden. Of course, up Third Creek Canyon, ongoing construction there has traffic backed up a little bit. At 270, he's running a little slow west, coming up through Vasquez. Other than that, we're good everywhere else. Pena's wide open to and from the airport. No big problems. There was one accident, may still be a factor at 41st and Brighton. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, we'll tell the story of the All-American, All-Native American sports legend, Jim Thorpe. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
Denver. Well, I'll let Mark talk about Denver Regen. Mark?
I love Denver Regen to the point of 30.
Okay, you're down.
12 or 13 weeks.
I'm going to take
if you want to lose weight and it's less than $300 a month.
Very excited.
It's a call. Check them out at denverregen.com. That's denverregen.com. Get rid of that food noise. Don't feel hungry. Lose weight. You're going to love it. Less than $300 a month. denverregen.com.
And when you're talking,
Triple J Armory is bringing the.
Sorry, you're still up.
All right. 888heating.com will get you the best prices for high-efficiency replacement units of your furnace and air. Right now, people are turning their attention toward nothing, and they should be looking at their air conditioner. See, it's not too hot, it's not too cold. We're in the shoulder season. Get your best and greatest deals. 888heating.com. Guaranteed lowest price. Put them to the test. 303-770-2776. And that's the lowest price for high efficiency. 888heating.com.
Offer value.
That was a clusterfuck.
That was weird.
What was clustered about
well,
it?
I didn't see Denver Regen. Then, I don't know if it fucked Shannon up. When I was done with Regen, I hit next event. I don't know if that triggered a next event.
Yeah, it was supposed to trigger me.
I have my notes up for that gutter cleaning special.
Okay.
When we do the next plug,
Hey.
you just give me like a
If anybody's listened in the last week, we've done a lot worse than that.
Oh, God, yes.
Mark was very cranky last night, Shannon.
Oh,
He
because
was
of the
so cranky. I'm like, me and the dogs just laid low the whole night.
Having to come back in.
So I cut the first segment, and I get to the end, because, I'm not listening to the fucking middle.
Right.
So I get to the end, and the phone number goes, I said, oh, call for the free book. 84, and all of a sudden, the whole phone number is like 5 digits. And I'm like, what the hell happened? And then I go back and listen. I said, oh, there must have been a glitch here. So I literally grabbed the second time I did the phone number and plugged it in there thinking it was a one-off.
Yeah.
Then I go to the start of the next segment, and it's welcome to the income show. I'm consumer Marc Mager. And I'm like, what the fuck? Then I just started.
I was listening.
I started timing it, thinking maybe it was every 30 seconds or something, but there was no rhyme or reason. It just glitched every minute.
So then he spent the rest of the evening just cussing.
Oh, yeah. Well, and I didn't know,
Shannon.
obviously, until I got a text from Kat,
How late were
the
you here
sales
last
chick,
night?
Yeah.
saying, what the hell happened with this Bell and Pollock stuff?
4
'Cause
shows takes me 2 hours.
I did Bell and Pollock after they left.
hours.
Yeah.
I was
I
still
just
in
did
there,
4
and I
this
sent her
morning.
the recordings, and she said, what the
I've
hell
been on
happened?
the air now for going on 3 hours.
So, yeah, ding dang it.
It happens.
Yeah.
Mark, you were working with my dad
Worst
on
things
that
have
snow
happened. You remember when those planes hit
On
those
what?
buildings?
Snow retention.
On
Snow
9/11?
Yeah.
What does that
It's
mean?
I thought
crazy
you guys
how
were gonna
much
do
worse
some,
things have ever been.
Was it just like the snow retention for your roof, right?
No,
Just
you
what
guys
the-
did it last year.
Okay.
Yeah, you've
I
got
couldn't
it.
remember.
Yeah, you guys did that last year. When they come out, we're going to do that gutter deal. But did we get any gutters fucked up this year?
I think, so above our side door,
Yeah.
I think where
That
the
looked
real
all right.
heavy ice and snow sat for a long time, it bent our gutters forward.
Okay.
So, and if it's not there, it's over our master
Yeah.
deck.
Just when we have you out, I'll remind whoever. Just
There's a way to reinforce it, so if they don't bring it up, we can actually do this piece of metal that hangs onto the outside of the gutter and then screws onto the roof.
Oh, cool.
It's a little bit more bulky, but I did that in Winter Park, and you can do pull-ups on those gutters. They're so solid.
We just had some real heavy ice and snow sitting there
Shannon.
for a month.
I don't see him in there.
Huh.
He's in there.
It's so weird. I do that show so much more quieter with those old people, man. It's nuts.
Oh, yeah. Here we go.
Address hair loss with the same simple one-day treatment I received. AdvancedHair.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Real quick, Henry, I heard you saying you had some additional things to say about that gutter ad. What were you talking about?
I was just going to mention that it's a great deal. It's usually $299 and $399 for our 1 and 2 story homes, and so just for this special, it would be that $99. So it's a great deal. It's 303-761-6400. And then also, Tom, just to add on, a lot of these insurance deadlines are coming up for the customers from that last storm. So anybody that's out there sitting on any insurance paperwork looking to get your roof done should get moving on that. And you can also give us a call. We'll go do an inspection and get you taken care of.
All right, that's 303-761-6400. Bill's got some questions on income tax and CenturyLink. Go ahead, Bill.
Okay, I'll ask a question first, then you can yell at me. If I donate a vehicle to a charity, for my income tax, does it give me a 1-for-1 credit?
Here's how deductions work. When you have a deduction, you take it off your taxable income. So you would get the credit, the credit equivalent to a deduction is the total deduction times your tax rate. So if you had a deduction of $1,000 and you were in the 20% tax bracket, you would get $200 in credit. So it's the deduction times your taxable table, your tax rate, gives you the actual credit that you get off your taxes. But
so I don't get the value of the vehicle?
Well, Okay, when you when you donate a vehicle, how much is it going to be worth? Tell me. Give me a real number, Bill. What is it worth?
It's supposedly worth about $5,000.
Okay. What tax bracket are you in?
Well, I'm sending them I already sent them $5,000.
I'm not asking that, Bill. I'm not asking anything. I'm asking what tax bracket.
What tax bracket? I don't know. I'm retired.
So how much you make a year, bro? How much you make a year?
Between me and my wife, we make over 150.
Well, okay. Well, you're in a higher tax bracket. You're 38%, probably. Wouldn't you say? 38?
Yeah, pretty much, yes.
38%. So I'm going to say 38%. So you would get $1,900 less tax that you pay.
Okay.
So on that $5,000, yes, you deduct the whole $5,000. But the way the tax worksheet works out, you don't get $5,000 off. You have $5,000 less taxable income because it is a deduction. But then you multiply it by your tax rate if you want to know the real benefit. The real benefit is $1,900. But I want to caution you on something.
It just subtracts from our gross.
What did you say?
The trade in the donation would be to subtract from our gross income.
Yes. So therefore, it's the equivalent. Okay. It's the equivalent of the tax rate times the deduction. But I have a caution for you in the $150,000 range. You're not going to probably get that unless it reaches a certain adjusted gross. Charity is not deductible until you get to a certain amount of your gross income, a certain percentage. I don't know what it is, but every year it's different. They make it has to be more than a certain percentage of your adjusted gross income. Do you understand that concept?
Okay.
Yeah. Now,
I was just curious.
Bill, I want to ask something. How do you make that much money in retirement? Tell me what you're doing, because people like to hear from people. Go ahead.
Well, I had good jobs. I worked for Excel for over 30 years. My wife was a teacher for over 40 years.
You guys,
she was her retirement.
So you guys do really well. That's congratulations, Bill. Thank you.
The house is paid off. We have no write-offs. Right. We don't owe nothing, nobody any money.
How much did you pay in taxes last year?
$3,000 or $4,000. I don't remember. $3,000 or $4,000. I know. This year we paid $5,000.
Are you sure? Wait. You paid an additional $5,000, but you have money taken out of your pensions, right?
There's probably taxes coming out of his checks coming in.
Well, see, because years ago when we went to H&R Block, they said you need to up your deductions.
Well, if you have them, you up them. If you don't have them, you don't.
Now they're taking. Right. No, I just changed it. I'm going to change it now.
I'm going to
tell you. But I got to keep the money all this time.
I'm going to tell you, from my calculations, you probably paid $50,000 in taxes last year at least.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. So here's one thing. Here's one thing I want to say, and I got to take a break. Don't ever do a bad investment or something that you don't really believe is sound just for the write-off. Never, ever, ever. We got more coming up.
Yep.
What's here, bro?
Now, Impact.
Oh, yeah.
Just tell me.
Fuller Law. I'm telling you. Fuller Law. I'm eating a goddamn potato chip, you antsy bastard. Fuller. Sorry, Tom.
Yes, Fuller.
Fuller Law 30.
Yeah.
And Discount Bath. Thank you, sir.
And Discount Bath is 60.
Ongoing construction there has traffic backed up.
Yep.
270's running a little slow west, coming up to Vasquez. Other than that, we're good everywhere else. Pena's quite open to and from the airport. No big problems. There was one accident.
And yelling at you made me spit Pringles all over the board.
It's been pretty good.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, we'll tell the story of the All-American, All-Native American sports legend, Jim Thorpe. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
I love the words discount bath. You never see them together except with discountbath.com. You know what? They really make it easy to do a beautiful bath remodel. Whether you just want to move a sink, add a double vanity, maybe a walk-in shower, Maybe you want to knock out a wall. You want to go to the basement, finish that area off, or the bedroom and make a bigger, better master bedroom or bathroom. So here's what you do. You take your cell phone and you go out and you record and say, hey, this is what I want to move over here. I want to do this, this, and this. This is measuring about 4 feet by 8. Hey, you just do an informal video and upload it, discountbath.com. They'll give you a price without ever visiting your home. And if you do want them to visit, they will. Or if you just want to talk to them, they will. They're good people, all levels. Whether it's a move-in, a dream home, a rental, or a fix and flip, they can do it all. Discountbath.com, an emphasis on discount. 720-979-2322. 720-979-2322. If you're in an accident right now, bam, what do? I'm serious. You know, so many people, they hear me say over and over, call John Fuller, and I'll inevitably get a call and say, Tom, what should I do? Call John Fuller. John Fuller's a personal injury attorney, one of the only ones that I know of that actually will talk to clients before he's hired. What that means is this. You call the office, and no, you don't go through all the intake. You say, can I speak to John Fuller? They cut right through it. You go to John Fuller. You don't have to go through any massive routine. And then he talks to you. And it's free. And if you hire him, it's on a percentage fee basis. You get his cell phone number. You can call or text at any time. He puts the personal in personal injury. 303-597-4500, 597-4500. The website is callfuller.com.
Rock, thank you.
But again, there's literally, I think there's
Interesting.
people that
I didn't
sign
know.
up to have a little thing in their car, so when they're listening to the radio, it tracks them listening.
Was that like the Nielsen ratings back in the 70s?
Yeah,
Remember? Yeah,
I think those are still. I don't know how you'd have to. Mark is so well
Mark's
versed
in
in
it.
that. Tommy too.
You remember
Mark,
the Nielsen?
how do they track listenership on K-How with the people meter?
That's one of the ways.
Explain what the people meter is.
So it's something that's a device that's either in a car, or it's a device that's built into a radio or at home, or kind of like a Nielsen box, but it listens for the actual station you're listening to, and it knows what it is, and then it triggers and basically says, okay, they were listening to the Troubleshooter Show at this time. And then each person on the people meter is equal to whatever 1,000 people.
But that listener has to buy this thing. Or have this
No, they send them out. But I don't know how much that people meter is actually used anymore, quite honestly.
Oh, constantly.
Is it still used everywhere?
Oh, yeah. It's the main one they use.
Yeah.
Well, now you can log on through, what's that one radio service that they always put?
But part of the problem is you're never going to get Jake Jabs to wear a pager.
That tracks you instantly.
Yeah, iHeart
I know.
Does that make sense, Mark?
Yeah.
Is it we have more phantom fume because Deal and Doug is listening as opposed to God bless him,
You know what would
Hector.
really be good, Shannon? If it was a cell phone app and you just activate it.
Yes, that wouldn't hurt.
That's interesting.
It could be, actually. They might have that, guys.
No, not yet. No, they had to keep it separate from that sort of stuff because there was an iHeart outfit, I believe in Ohio, that was cheating because they had a Tom Harper sort of dude who was recording commercials and adding their PPM, so their PPM would play on other local stations.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Well, we used to get in trouble for that. When I did the show down in, where the fuck was that, Fort Collins, that weekend show? When I did that, I would take calls from this show that had the people meter embedded into it, the tone, and I'd run it in fucking Fort Collins, and I did it for about 4 or 5 months, and then all of a sudden the shit hit the fan, man.
Right.
It was fucking everything up. I mean, I had no idea. So then I had to start using the logger audio. I couldn't use the one with the people meter. But then eventually, didn't you turn off the toning?
Well, I just record off of the board for replay stuff.
Got it.
And this is just for replay, so it doesn't have it.
So it doesn't have the tone.
Dropped a bomb on us.
Yeah, that was crazy. That really created issues I didn't know.
Oh, yeah.
Because I guess the tone is unique, right?
Uh-huh.
So it's saying, why the hell Which is weird because in Fort Collins they can listen to KHOW. Right. So I mean it was even worse than that.
Yeah.
So KHOW was getting credit for two entirely different broadcasts.
Hi, Tom Martino here. 303-713.
Hey Tom, I have a question.
8255. All right.
Tom?
Yes.
So here's my question. When you were talking about the gas on the AR-15, was that to differentiate using the gas to eject the used cartridge and load a new one?
Right, that's what it does.
As opposed to a mechanical, as opposed to a mechanical. Okay, so it doesn't help the bullet go faster.
No, I thought it did. No, it does not. It's not used in the projectile. You're right.
Right, it's just used to load the next round.
It assists in loading the next round, and they argue that makes it too rapid of a fire.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what they argue. So if you had to cock it each time or something, or if it was spring-loaded, it would not be the same. But they say the gas fire makes it almost automatic because you can just basically, as quickly as you can pull your trigger, you can make that thing go. So
hey, I
just wanted to clarify that for everybody.
After the break, you got some hate mail I'm going to read online. You really pissed somebody off yesterday. I think his name's Peter.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Oh, it's great.
Let's talk to Richard.
You must have went.
Richard.
Did you go off on a liberal?
Richard, what's going on? I'll look that up in a minute. Richard, what's happening?
I called you about a week or two ago when I was in Florida.
Yeah, you couldn't use the garage because of the bad door.
You got that right, and the pool heater didn't work.
Yeah. And
we paid $9,861 for that place. They gave us. We actually paid them a little more to actually turn on the heater for 10 days, which didn't work. And then they gave us a refund on the heater for $395, and then they sent another refund saying basically this was to cover the garage.
How much was that?
So that was $600.
So you have a total of $900 off your 10. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Yeah, roughly $900 off the 10,000, say. But I don't think that $600 is acceptable for not having a garage for a month.
No, you see, it's not. There is no formula there. What we have to do is figure out how to negotiate a better settlement. But, you know, they don't care. They really don't care. There's not much you can do about it. I'm serious. What can you do about it? You just negotiate. Perhaps we give this to somebody to call them. I'm Tom Martino. More coming up.
Hey. Is that music cue?
The problem is he needs to go to small claims court in Florida.
You mean
like the music cue when it starts phasing Tom out? Is that?
Oh, it's automatic. Yeah, because of the top of the hour. Okay. They push a button in there.
What's happening?
When the top of the hour music comes on, does that come on by itself, or does Shannon push a button for that?
It's part of the whole lineup.
Yeah.
It's automated, but he can override it.
It's hard timed.
My sister on the way here.
What'd your sister say?
What'd she say?
It's always interesting.
Yeah, we want to know.
It's either going to be drug related.
So she's really pissed off at Mom and Buddy because I guess one of my mom's GFI plugins in her bathroom, in her new, when she plugs her curling iron in, it trips. Okay, so when Matt and Monica were there, she's like, "Hey, can you do this? Can you put in a new GFI?" How much are they? Buddy goes and gets like a 20-year-old one from another project he had to have Matt replace the new one with this one instead of buying a new GFI, whatever. So I guess Matt installs it, and they call Monica and Matt all irritated because it's killed their hot tub, spa thingy, whatever, in their bathtub, the spa stuff, and their towel warmer and all this. She says, but it was the Lord's doing. All of the GFIs were installed upside down, and if Matt didn't install that one wrong, the makeup one, we would have never known that, everything was backwards and wrong and da-da-da-da-da.
So Jeff did everything wrong.
Well, and Monica said, what? Matt just wired it upside down because that's how the rest were done and that's how the wires were done. And now they're charging them utility fee for staying in that house for 2 weeks in April before they move into their military house. They're pissed. They think Matt like really screwed them over, and it's like my sister's.
I didn't think you could install a GFI if you.
Every single one of them's upside down.
All of the outlets were upside down. Isn't
that wild?
But let me tell you something.
The prong would be on top, the ground wire. You could visually see it was upside down.
They were all upside down.
No, I would assume the actual plate is installed right side up. The wiring's completely reversed.
Oh, behind it.
Yeah, I can't imagine they installed it upside down like that.
Okay, that's what I was thinking. Oh.
Didn't your brother install all that, though?
I thought so.
Maybe not.
Maybe he just did the literal wiring. I don't know.
They must have not had an inspector go through.
I think it wouldn't surprise me if there was some red flags, like it wouldn't pass.
I don't.
And then Buddy's trying to tell my mom she's just plugging too much stuff into the outlets, like an iron, a hair iron, and a hair dryer.
I would love a water both. Thank you.
I was in Austria once, and we plugged a power strip into the wall.
Bo. Yeah.
With an adapter, and it was like this huge electrical shock. The whole thing, it caught on fire.
Oh my God.
And there wasn't a GFI or a breaker in the hotel, so it killed all the power to the whole hotel.
What'd you plug in? What was it?
Just a power strip, but we used a European adapter to plug it into the wall.
You took out the whole hotel.
Just by plugging in one of those power strips, all we did.
Dude, I had a small dial-up internet company, so we had like, I don't know, anywhere from 500 to 1,000 at any given times. Back before your time, you'd call with a modem.
Yeah.
So we had this stuff that basically would answer the phone, put you on the internet, and it was in our cyber cafe. It's in the 90s, late 90s. And I had big battery backups and the whole thing. I mean, back then, these battery backups were massive. So, Talib, he was technically an employee at one point, but he also resold a lot of stuff I sold.
Yeah.
So he had his own customers that would use my servers and stuff. And he was hanging out at the cafe one day, and he went in, I think it was Talib, it might have been Dave, but I'm pretty sure it was Talib. He went in to vacuum in the server room. So he plugs the vacuum into the battery backups.
Oh, no.
Took the entire company offline.
Oh, no.
Everything rebooted. Every single thing. It sucked down these huge battery backups because of the amps on a vacuum.
Yeah, I'm sure.
In a matter of like 2 seconds, the vacuum went and the entire internet went and we were out for it probably took an hour to get everything back up. It was crazy.
Yeah.
And the batteries were at 0 power.
You're probably wondering what the hell just happened.
Yeah, I had no idea. I was like, why would you plug the damn vacuum into the battery backup? Maybe that was Dave. I don't remember if that was.
That sounds more like a Dave thing than a Talib thing. Like if I had to put my money on someone
say it was
plugging
a Dave thing.
into a battery backup, I don't know why. Dave's a smart guy.
I think it was a Talib thing.
Talib,
I really do.
Are you online? Did you plug a vacuum into the battery backup at the old cyber cafe?
I didn't even think of that. Is he online?
Yeah, he is.
He'll answer.
Was it you or Dave Haglin?
He's going to say Haglin now. I'm pretty sure it was Talib, though.
Which one blew out the house when you were in California and you were so pissed?
Tom.
They blew out our equipment in the house.
Oh,
remember
I had
that?
to fly back from Vegas. They didn't do anything wrong with it. It was U.S. West, but they couldn't get it back up. And by the time I bought a plane ticket and shot back at a red eye, the fucking thing came back up.
Okay, Mark, look at the text that I've got going. Christine reached out about the four of us getting together.
Oh.
I let him know we're breaking up with Scalepi's Italian. And I said, hey, you guys...
No, tell her no reservation. We'll get right in at 4:30.
But if she gets a reservation, that's great. Then we don't got to worry about it.
Oh, okay.
You know, if it's full or something,
yeah,
that's all.
Yeah.
I mean, if the bar's open, we can just take the bar.
Let's do
4 or 4:30.
Let's do 4.
4.
Wait till I read this email. I've been a listener of the Martino Show for probably 40 years, Peter starts off. What did he do? What did Tommy do to piss off somebody yesterday?
Challenging each other on the reading of the Constitution.
Oh, I heard a little bit of that. I was in the car.
Tom said he didn't read the Constitution.
No, I heard a little bit about it. Here's what really pisses me off, though. This email is talking. It doesn't talk.
Can I see it? Is it give it up?
Yeah, it's right.
Are you going to read it?
I don't want to read it. I want to read it online, though. So he goes, today was the final straw when Tom basically called me and people who believe as I do idiots.
Oh, this was last night.
So this comes in. So this guy, Peter, emails.
Did you ever hear back from him?
Yeah. So, but look at the last line. This is funny. So he goes off on. He goes off on time. I wasn't even on yesterday because I had something else going. I had a problem at the house.
I don't know if Tom's there. But I don't know if
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help.
He's back. This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hello. Tom Martino here, solving problems, answering questions, taking complaints, making your life a little easier, as we've been doing for 45 years. Now, we have a problem pending here, but Mark says he has a funny email as well. I don't know what I should do first, but this hour is brought to you by Water Pros, the best water systems, the lowest prices, bar none. If you want a whole house to get rid of forever chemicals, forever plastics and chemicals, to get the chlorine content down, condition, soften your water, and drinking water at the kitchen sink, reverse osmosis, $39.95. Yeah, don't even try a plumber. They don't come close. 303-862-5554, waterpros.net. Mark, do you want to do that funny email? Mark, you there?
You must have really pissed this guy off yesterday. I'm sure you'll remember who it is. But it starts out, and they send it over to JoJo. It says, I've been a listener of the Martino Show for probably 40 years. It has gotten so political. I have thought about stopping listening to it. Today was the final straw when Tom basically called me and people who believe as I do idiots. He did this in general, not to me as a caller. I've used his referral list in the past, and from now on, I will try to find others and will avoid his advertisers. I really doubt that you care as it goes along with the other shows on your station. Now, he had to put one more sentence in, is why I pulled this out at the very end. You ready for the final sentence? Can you even imagine what it is, Tom? The final sentence. After that, and I wasn't on yesterday. You ready for the final sentence?
What is it?
I find Mark even more offensive. So I wasn't even on yesterday. That's what drives me crazy about this. So, Tom, is he there? Is Tom up?
What was he calling about, guys? What was he calling about?
I think he was the one that you told him he's lying. He didn't read the Constitution. According to Bo, because I didn't hear it.
He said that he doesn't like what Trump is doing because it's unconstitutional.
Yep. But why is he bringing me into it? I wasn't even on it. So I responded. I got this last night. And I always respond nicely. So Peter, the guy's name is Peter. So I put, hey, what did I do? Now, even when I'm not on, you have a problem with me. Yikes, Mark. So you know what this guy replies this morning, this Peter guy? You ready for this? And this guy's so old. He's like 82 or something. He's the guy that yells at people in the front lawn. He goes, some might reply, thanks for your honesty. I'll take that into consideration, especially when it's important, how I present myself to the public. He's saying I should have replied to him. So where I left it off is, I called him what he is, a stupid jerk. I said I've helped tens of thousands of people on this show. Tom's helped easily 100,000 plus. And you, on the other hand, Peter, likely have never done anything but complain about people playing on your lawn, and then blessings, Mark. So that's how I ended it.
Okay. Oh, see, I let Mark do all my PR. Anyway,
I think he was referring to your total body of work.
You know,
Mark.
this jerk also called me. Tell me if this sounds like me. There was one other email I forgot that was in between here. So I said, hey, why are you... I wasn't even on the show, and you're giving me crap in this email. He puts, since you asked, it's when you are on that I have a problem with you. So he's basically saying anytime I'm on the air, I have a problem with you. I find your manner abrasive. Well, I don't think
well, you
that's
are
true.
abrasive, Mark.
I find you short-tempered. I doubt that as well. And you're too quick to jump in. I find you loud. I turned down the radio when you were speaking.
I think
And
everything
hold on.
you're saying is true. If you really
It's
analyze
all
it,
true.
it's true.
I disagree with every damn thing he's saying.
No, no. You know what, Mark? But
Then,
see, Mark,
yes.
you just embrace it because you know you are who you
I
are.
do
For you to say you're not loud and you're not aggressive and you don't, come on, Mark, to deny those things.
Do I sound loud?
You're living in this guy's head rent free.
I think he's being facetious when he says he's not, Tom.
I have so much room in this guy's skull. It's crazy, and it's because his skull is empty.
Well, you're all he thinks about.
I think he was a shrink, which is even stranger.
And he probably feels so good right now that you're talking
I don't
about
believe
he's never listening again.
I don't
he's
believe
never
in
listening to the
name-calling,
show
Mark.
because
He's-
Tom.
yeah,
pissed
he's
him off
probably listening
yesterday.
right now just to hear your reaction.
I do
He's
not
got an
believe
AOL email, people.
I do not believe in name calling, except for one cadaver attorney I ran across years ago. Is he still around, or is he a real
The guy
cadaver
you
by
said
now?
he smelled.
Oh
yes.
I thought I was in the morgue when I went into his office.
You call everybody on YouTube a moron. So right there, you call people names.
No, that's an honor. That you ask any one of them. Do a poll. Are they proud to be morons? You just do a poll.
Okay, I will.
Are you
I'll put
proud
that
to be
poll up,
YouTube
we will
morons?
see.
Now, I want to talk to Richard. Richard, the age-old problem, or the age-old problem to figure out is what something is worth to a renter or to a vacation or to a hotel. You know, really, it is. There is no right or wrong answer. So Richard was at a place, a VRBO, vacation rental by owner, and the pool heater didn't work and the garage door didn't work. Those two main things. There were little things, but let's just take the two main ones. If he paid 10 grand for this place for the month, what should he be credited?
That's right.
That's okay. Now, Richard, what do
Well,
you
when I was
believe?
talking to you
What do you
before, I
believe
think-
would be a good credit? What do you believe would be a good credit? There is no right answer or wrong answer, but what do you believe?
Right. Well, Doc, I think, or one of your guys chimed in when I talked to you the last time. He thought $3,000 would be good.
I think that's reasonable, and I would say about that because you know the pool's a big part of your summer vacation. I mean, of your vacation, and I think that's not a bad idea. But they wouldn't even do that.
Yeah.
Did you ask him?
I haven't tried that yet. You guys were going to have somebody call, but it was the last. I was
Well,
your
let me
last
ask you
guy
that. Okay,
on-
we'll
on
do
the
it. We'll
show,
do it.
and we didn't have time.
We'll do it.
Okay.
We'll say, look, you know, this guy was totally inconvenienced.
Now I got him, Tom. There's one other possibility. All these charges that we would take were on Visa. I could probably cancel them, but I don't know.
I
What
don't
good that
know.
would be.
I
What
mean,
would happen?
you can, but you don't want to do all of it. You just want to cancel what you think is fair. Now, here's what I think. Coming out first blush should be at least $1,000. For them to offer you anything less is chicken feed. It's stupid. So they should say something like 1,000. Then I wouldn't be insulted. 2,000.
I have a feeling what he might be up against this. I just pulled up their VRBO's information, and it says this. Listen to this. They say it is a big deal. In other words, if you book with a pool and the pool doesn't work, they have what's called the Book with Confidence Guarantee, and it offers protection if the property is significantly misrepresented, such as the pool example. But it says you need to contact VRBO customer support within 24 hours of check-in to report the issue. Was that done?
Yeah, well, it wasn't VRBO that we contacted. It was their management company.
Yeah, but they
Gulf
say
Coast Property
VRBO.
Management.
They say VRBO.
You
so-
booked it through VRBO, right?
Well, I think this company probably works for VRBO.
Well, you don't know that for sure. You don't know that.
The owner's management? No.
They say they might offer a discount, they might give you a full refund, or help you find alternative accommodations. What I'm afraid of is if you didn't contact VRBO, that their response is going to be, if you called us within the first 24 hours, we would have put you next door where the pool is working, or we would have had the pool fixed, or whatever it comes down to. I don't know. But it's worth calling them for sure.
All right, hang on. I got to take a break. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Dan McKenzie can do wills for you. Dan McKenzie can do trusts. Dan McKenzie can do even LLCs that are a creative way to keep your assets through your estate outside of probate. All of these things Dan McKenzie can do. McKenzie Law, we love him. He's our expert. 833-CO-PLANS. 833-CO-PLANS.
Nope.
Facing a job loss? Considering a pension buyout, a severance package, or what to do with your 401k? Hi, I'm Linda Gardner, host of Your Money, Your Retirement, and I can help. 720-488-8604. That's 720-488-8604.
Joe Lazzara. He's a criminal defense attorney that I hope you never need. But what I love is when you need someone, he's there. So if you're ever accused of a crime, any crime, a DUI, a major traffic offense, or something more serious, Joe Lazzara will hear you out free of charge, answer your questions, and then quote you a flat rate price. No other attorney does this in defense. 303-429-6200. 303-429-6200. Lazzara, LazzaraLegal.com. RecoverYourHair.com. That is the website, and it tells you what they do. Now, there's no magic to the hair transplants, the same exact ones you get in America, same quality. But what happened with this Recover Your Hair, here's what happened. The guy went out there, Nick from Denver, and saw how wonderful it was. And he paid a fraction of the cost. So he said, I'm going to put together trips for men who want to go out and get a hair transplant. They can do a long weekend or a week or whatever. So here's what you do. Call Nick and find out how to book a trip to Istanbul, Turkey, to have your hair transplant and an exotic weekend or vacation at the same time and save money all the way around. 970-534-0676. 970-534-0676. Book your trip as soon as possible and your hair is growing immediately. The same technology as in America.
And
you
was in Israel.
She helping?
Yeah, building a bomb shelter.
Oh my God!
That's crazy. A war zone. So,
what are you doing this weekend? Building a bomb shelter in Israel?
Hey, Tom.
Yeah.
Yes.
So to answer your question, yes, he does want more motorcycles,
but he hasn't.
Hold on, Kelly. They're talking over you. I can't hear you.
He hasn't bought one since, but like when he ate the
wait
job
till they stop talking.
She says they won't, and she wants you to grab Marianne.
Grab Mary. Okay.
What is it in Utah where we go?
Moab.
Going from Moab the back way, over to where Addie's boyfriend lives.
Grand
Junction.
That road's beautiful. It's so nice.
We're usually got our bus, and you sure as hell can't take that.
Can't take.
Marianne's got a comment on Mark.
Hey, Tommy, what time you leaving today?
Thomas Martino.
We need some positivity.
11:30.
11:30 says Tom. I thought you said it was after the show this time.
What's that, Mark?
What is this? You lying to me?
What?
That's impressive.
What?
I thought you told me it was after the show. Am I crazy?
No, that was last.
Or I just got it mixed up.
That was the last one.
Oh. Gotcha.
This is the fifth one. This was pulled out of their asses.
Yeah. I bet you got to be glad that part's over, though.
Yeah, I'm so glad. Jesus, I'm so glad.
My a friend of mine and an employee, Virgil, his wife had to do dialysis.
Yeah.
Once a week, man.
Oh man, that's
and
terrible.
She did it for my God, probably 10 years. And she was so beat up for a day after dialysis almost every time. It was just crazy.
You would think that she would feel great after getting the poisons filtered out.
She would after the next day. But the day of was just absolutely horrible. Virgil would always say, "Oh man, it's treatment day," because he'd bring her down and stay there the whole time and stuff, and it was rough.
Well,
she also had to do chemo occasionally too. I think every other week.
Oh God. Well, anyway, they say I'm doing.
She
better
lived a
than
long
average.
time though, man. Once she got diagnosed, I forget what kind of cancer she had, but. And then she had the other problems, but she got diagnosed and she lived for, God, I want to say, what do you think, Suzanne? 15 years, 10 years, long time. Because Virgil's got to be 85. Hell, he might be 90.
Let's give somebody to. Let's assign Richard to somebody.
Bo, you want to call that VRBO?
I think somebody should.
Yeah, Bo's going to call up, see if he can't negotiate something. See if the dude's got any pictures.
Yeah. If he doesn't, can he take him to small claims court?
Yeah, but in the agreement he signed, I'm sure it's all going to be arbitration. I'm sure he signed away every right possible.
Oh, here it is. Rent to the VRBO. Okay, let's give this to Bo.
Did you call that dumpster guy, the drop-off or the roll-off?
I've handled him. He's on his way over there.
Cool.
I was thinking, I hope, man, Big Bear flooring guys, holy cow, they've been great, haven't they?
Yeah, it's such a pain in the ass not living in your house.
Yeah, there you go.
America, a storytelling show.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. One Clear Choice Garage Doors. Listen, if you ever have a problem with your garage door, day or night, in the middle of the night, they have 24/7 service, especially for broken springs where you can't get your door open or closed, or regular service. They're great people. OneClearChoiceDoors.com. They are garage doors, but the website is OneClearChoiceDoors.com. All the prices right there. You'll never find a better service. Now, Marianne has a comment on Mark. Let's make this the comment on Mark Day. I like that. Go ahead, Marianne.
Now, how the hell did that come up?
I don't know. She just called in and says she has a comment. Go ahead, Marianne. Make it insulting.
I would hope that it could be constructive. I called in, it's probably been maybe even 9 months or so. First only call I ever made. I'm a long time listener. And my issue was exactly what you do so good at. It happened to be a day when Tom wasn't there and Mark was.
What was the issue?
I resolved on that day that I would never call you again, and I really thought I would never listen again, but I enjoy the pros outweigh the cons for me.
Hey,
but
Marianne,
anyway,
Marianne, I really appreciate this feedback. I need to know though about the call specifically, and I want Mark to listen. Tell us what it was about and why you thought you would never listen again. Please tell us.
Okay. Well, I hate to bother you with the long story, but I'll make it as short as I can. I was moving into a new home. My daughter and her husband bought a beautiful place with a lovely mother-in-law home for me, and it was really an exciting thing. I wanted to get the carpets cleaned. They probably might have been 20 years old, but the lady that was in here never had a pet. She didn't really live in here, so they were cleanable. I didn't love them, but I knew I could get by with them for a little while until I decided what I wanted to do. I called Stainmaster Carpet. I got a number in Colorado Springs, talked to a really nice gentleman who was thorough about how it would go. He made an appointment for me that afternoon at 1:00. At 3:30,
listen, Marianne, you're giving us way too much detail, but try to summarize and get to the part where Mark insulted you.
I'll
on your 20-year-old carpet,
like he does so many people. Go ahead.
I'll do that. Okay. Well, anyway, they had given me a price. That doesn't even matter. When the guy was here 25 minutes, which was my first issue, and did about 800 square feet of carpeting. He hardly was in here at all. Some of the carpet wasn't even wet. But anyway, I went to pay him. didn't just wanted to get rid of him.
Yeah.
I wrote a check, and he said, "Oh, I don't accept checks." It was a Saturday. My bank was closed. He backed me up into my kitchen corner, demanding that I find a way to give him cash. But anyway, so let's say we're on the call. Mark says, "Well, let's just see if we can call him up and see what what his issue is." So he gets this guy on the phone, and he starts going on about how my carpets were so filthy and filled with dog pee and nasty, nasty, nasty. Shouldn't have even been cleaned. That I was an old lady that couldn't be pleased. I mean, I swear to you, it could be no farther from the truth. And Mark just took up with that and ran with it.
Sounds like good radio.
Just to make
Mark.
So wait a minute.
Just to make a good phone.
Marianne, you got to let me comment. Marianne, hold on. Now, he didn't agree with you, and he agreed with the carpet guy, right? That's what he was saying, and that upset you.
What exactly did I what exactly did I agree with? Did you end up paying him?
No.
So you didn't pay him, but yet he cleans your carpet. Is it possible I didn't agree with that?
Did you pay any part of the bill, Marianne?
I think you did. I think on that day you just happened to decide to fly with the good radio idea, and you really didn't listen to any of
it. But listen,
Marianne,
I need to know a couple things, and I agree with you. If your perception was that he was you're upset because he sided with the guy. Now, Mark would never just do that to do good radio. He would never say, "Oh my God, you had pee all over your carpet." I mean, he would do it if it was if it was warranted. But I really want to say this, and I mean this sincerely. No matter how much we fool around, no matter how much, Marianne, no matter how much we fool around on this show, honest to God, we are dedicated to helping people. But I need to know just yes or no's, no big deals. Did you ever pay him?
No.
So that
but I had a call from your station the next day. Mark asked him on the radio, "Well, are you willing to settle with her? Would you like to?" I wasn't even looking for a settlement. I wanted to pay the guy.
How much was the bill?
$300. $300.
And so this guy did a repair.
On the radio, this guy that Mark.
Okay.
Here's the problem. If you would let Tom just ask you questions and you would answer, he's going to point out how wrong you are. So go ahead, Tom.
Well, I just want to know. So you didn't pay anything. And Marianne, how bad was the problem he left you with? Or did he do everything and you were just upset that he wanted cash? Where did it go south?
What was the problem?
I don't know what it was.
The aggression.
Okay.
It was he was violently aggressive toward me.
Well, when you didn't have the cash, how did he eventually leave your house? If you did not have the $300, you did not pay him. Did he eventually leave in a huff?
He said, "I'm gonna put a lien on your house." I said, "Take the check. It's good. You can deposit it." And
Mark, she didn't do much wrong. I mean, really, she didn't. She wanted to pay by check.
I have no idea which. I have no idea even what the issue was. I mean, she's basically saying the guy came in and threatened her or intimidated her.
Here's the issue.
And I assume I got him on the air.
Mark,
go ahead.
He fixed it, man.
Yes.
And she just didn't want to. She just didn't have cash, and he got upset. She was upset that he got upset, and then she was upset that you agreed with him, and you probably said something like, "Lady, just pay the guy," or whatever. Who knows? I don't care. I don't think it's a big deal. And Marianne, that is certainly not a reason to thank God you came back, because we love our listeners. And Marianne, he was a little aggressive, and he finally left, said he was going to lean your house. He never even leaned your house, but he did do the repair. He did do it for $300, and you never paid him. But that's okay. You didn't have the cash, and that's all he wanted. She left the check and said, "Take it. Go on, take it," on his way out. He wouldn't take it. I need to take another call. Tom, I really want to talk to you. You have a comment on Mark. This is Comment on Mark Day, by the way.
Oh, my God.
Yes. I just have, I guess, more of a suggestion with you. callers have the first priority, but with Mark, we have to listen to all these stories about cars and Teslas and Gran Torinos and Trump before he even gets to a call. It's usually the second hour.
Well, sometimes, listen, I want to be fair here. Sometimes we're light on calls. We don't know why. Some days we can't keep up with them. Some days we're light. There's some kind of traffic pattern we haven't figured out. But that could be that it was a light call day. Another thing could be that he thinks the story's important. But I'm just going to say this, really, honest to goodness. I have never had more peace in my life than having Mark take the show when I can't do it. I swear to God that it's good to know, because I have had over the years the most hellacious people trying to do this show, and they could never do it. And so anyone who thinks, oh, yeah, he's just a loudmouth, yeah, try to do it, because so many people have tried and failed in the past. But in any case, though, I love chiding him. I love it. So if you want to criticize him, call up. He'll listen. You call up and criticize him.
Oh, hell yeah, I will.
Then did you do a survey of the morons and if they like being called morons?
No, I will put that up on break, though,
Put that up, though. And I'm going to do this.
And thank you for the kind words, Tom.
I'm going to do this.
Dan, though, or whatever.
888heating.com. We'll do a deep clean for $45. And if you ever need a replacement, they guarantee the lowest prices with high efficiency units. 888heating.com. I love Garrett and the team. Mark brought him to us years ago, and he's been great. 303-770-2776.
Yep.
KHOW Denver, 630 KHOW, an iHeart radio station. Download the free iHeart radio app for all your music, radio, and podcast.
Gonna do Art of Granite and then shuffle on out.
Hey, shut up, you bastard.
This report.
You shut
I'm gonna
up.
leave your mic on, too.
Yeah, we're still in pretty good shape leading into the lunch hour. We got Tanya running a little heavy coming out of the airport from around the E470 interchange and eventually getting back over towards I-70. A few extra minutes on that drive. 270 still running just a little heavy also coming out of Commerce City. But yeah, most of the freeways are pretty light. I-25 across the city looks good. 10 minutes between downtown and the tech center. There's some slowing coming down Floyd Hill on the westbound side I-70 down through the Veteran Memorial Tunnels. They're doing rock scaling today. The highway's open now, but still feeling the effects. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
At hillsdale.edu/Jesse, sign up for a free online learning course about the design and purpose of the Constitution. Our country needs more Americans who understand the Constitution. Learn more at hillsdale.edu/Jesse.
Really think about it. How many places will give you prices on the phone, especially like kitchen counters? No one, except theartofgranite.com. Mitch Floria is proud of his deals. Tell him what you want. Why can he do that? Because his pricing is simple. Tear out and haul away is always free. Countertop materials are always wholesale. And you get a bunch of extras free as well, like backsplashes, edge treatments, sinks, the vanity in the bathroom. Pick your choice. What you do is this, okay? You call him and get a price. Tell him what you want. Any solid surface or natural stone. 303-386-5919. Get your price on the phone. 303-386-5919. Theartofgranite.com.
Is that really it? Is it like Christmas early? You're leaving?
Yeah. I'm gonna leave this up and running. Everything here.
Okay.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Here. Let me get rid of this.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna leave the YouTube
that's
up.
new.
And then oh wait, no,
What's
I
that?
need to leave this up. I need to leave these up because these are the ones you're getting.
Yeah,
out.
he's gotta go.
So it's an either. I'll do this one first since it's on top.
And one thing that we've been looking at
and
doing
then
is
I got to
to
switch there. First, I got to switch there.
Give away a what?
A free roof to a veteran.
Maine.
So we're looking for somebody to do it with.
You want to do that now? Are you bringing the video down?
Maybe not today.
No. I'm keeping it up.
Okay.
Dimitri's going to turn it off. Everything's up. A wide shot.
Got it.
I could plug it if you think that'd be worthy.
So that's right there.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Then that's there. I'm going to put this over here, top right. So, click on this. Yeah, click, and then stop streaming, and then confirm to stop streaming. Yeah, we don't need it. Unless your camera's not up.
I'm gonna go call
I
this.
could put your camera up. I mean, I can, but I wanted to do the whole studio since.
Tom. Good luck.
Dimitri, you've been a good friend, man. I'm serious. Good friend.
Get out! I love you, but get out.
I do. I'm turning your mic.
Okay. Okay. It's going to reset the brain. Oh, yeah. Totally. You will reset your brain. Guaranteed. Sorry. Good. I can't wait. Sounds good. It's okay. That's easily cleaned up. That's not a big deal. Okay. Yep. Have a great afternoon, Tom. Yep. Have a great afternoon.
You remember when I gave that, we had a guy call up with he got a bad check from a lady. I think he was a mover. And I think he helped her move. And he got a bad check. And he sent me a copy of the bad check because I wanted to see it. And instead of usually calling the businesses up, I called the lady that canceled the bad check up. And she got really fucking pissed.
Did she end up paying?
No, well, actually, I think she did end up paying.
We've had a lot of interesting people call over the years.
Oh, my goodness.
All right, I put down the veteran thing in notes, and then also the
That's so weird. My phone just
80 plus.
My phone just started. Everything you just said, my phone captured in a text. It happens to be to your dad too, which is fucked up.
It just likes our voice.
It just put all right. Put down the veteran thing in notes, and then I stopped it.
Okay.
That's so weird, though.
Hey, Dimitri, do you have me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I can pot you up. Are you kind of muting yourself?
No, my microphone is on.
Or is it just you there?
Yeah, it's just me and the.
So you're. Okay, I'll pot you up then during the show. Okay.
Okay, cool. Thanks a lot.
Just, no cussing and random Tourette's.
I'll do my best.
Frog.
All right, here we come. 10 away.
Yeah, there's someone in there. I forget who it was.
My God, they had to be a woman, right? That's a tiny little frog. Maybe a dwarf.
CallFuller.com.
All right, 303-713-8255. We've got open lines. I promised to that last guy, Tom, I won't tell stories. I don't even know how to take that. It's like that's what I do. I talk. Honest to God, if we're at a dinner party, I talk. I talk. Do I not talk?
You're a talker, Mark. You're very verbal.
But no matter what, I love solving problems, answering questions, taking complaints, and I'll be damned if I haven't recouped. I mean, along with Tom, we're well over $300 million, but honestly, this is what we do day in and day out. You've been ripped off by a contractor. You've been ripped off by a landlord. You have a problem with the landlord. Those have been happening all the time. That's what we do. So if you think I'm too loud, well, maybe I am too loud. Maybe I am. But I like having a loud mouth.
But you do have perfect diction.
I do have perfect diction. Thank you, Doc. I do appreciate that. I make fun of Tom all the time because he does not have perfect diction. I want to talk to Henry Bretz. Henry, listen. Oh, by the way, 303-713-8255. I would love to hear from you now. 303 Martino. Any comments, anything, I would love it. I could use a little love. How about that? That would be nice, a little love.
Absolutely, Mark. You do a great job.
Well, thank you, Henry. Hey, this deal you're having, we're taking advantage of it. You guys come out, I don't know if you know this or not, but twice a year I call your dad and say, hey, it's time to get our gutters cleaned. You guys did our roof. You put on those huge gutters. You can basically roll a tennis ball down them. But instead of doing like a gutter guard or anything, we live out in pine trees, so those pine needles get everywhere. And the gutter guard I've had very bad luck with. They'll actually fall in between the holes, and they're basically stuck in there. So when you guys put on those massively oversized gutters, everything just washes away now. But I have you out twice a year, and usually I pay, what is it usually, $2.99?
Yeah, absolutely. So we really support the oversized gutters for one.
Yeah.
Because the gutter guards, they get clogged, right?
Easily.
And people, they're so sold on that product, they overlook their downfalls. And normally we do charge $299 for one story and $399 for two stories. So we're running this promo, and this is a smoking deal for just today.
Today
and
only.
I'm going to add another twist to this.
Now, you can't get them done today, but you get it booked.
We're offering it just for callers today. So
what do you got?
What I'm willing to do, and XL is willing to give away 5 free gutter cleanings to anybody over 80 that lives in the home. And they will need to call, not their kids, today only. And
so
give us a call.
You got to be over 80.
Absolutely.
I think your dad did this last year, too. You guys got a ton of calls on it.
Yeah, it's a big deal. You know, we really want to help out the community and take care of our people.
So that's 100% free. What number?
303-719-6400.
Now, for the rest of us that aren't over 80, $99 though.
If you're not over 80, we're also running this deal just for today, and it's $99. That's it. It's a smoking deal.
It is,
it's
guys.
Normally $299 for one story and $399 for two story.
So you're going to do $99 no matter what, or is it $99 and $199?
No, so $99 for any house.
Oh, you're not going to. You can't beat that. And you guys, it's not like one guy comes out there. When you guys have done our house, it's like a crew.
Yeah.
They come out there and they hit every single gutter. They even take the hoses, and I've watched them do it. They take the hoses, fire them up, and then put them down that downspout to make sure everything's cleaned.
Yeah, we want to
all the way out.
Blast everything out. And, you know, when we're out there, we're going to be looking for some stuff. You know, if there's any issues with your roof.
So you'll do a free inspection.
We'll do the
while
free,
you're up there.
honest inspection, you know, tell you, hey, you have these issues. If you'd like to do something about it, awesome, we'll take care of you. If not, we totally understand. Yeah, so we're going to go out there and really just, you know, do the best job we can possibly and take care of our people.
I love
Hey,
it,
Henry, you had said 719-6400. Is it 761-6400, correct?
761-6400. Yep.
Okay, good.
Once again, 303-761-6400.
And here's the bottom line. If you're over 80, the first 5 is 100% free.
First 5, 100% free.
Yeah, just get out there and get it done. But he said no kids calling. I mean, here's the bottom line. Excel doesn't want people 80 years old up on their roof. I mean, really, that's kind of what it comes down to here.
Yeah,
and
it's a
if they haven't
safety
had
deal.
their gutters cleaned forever, what a great free gift.
Absolutely.
I mean, really. And then if you're under 80 or own a house, basically $99, and they'll come out and clean it. I have you guys out, no kidding. No kidding, Henry, twice a year to do my gutters. I wait till the snow's done, so generally right after April, and then generally right around December. Go ahead.
Yeah, and then just one other thing for all the listeners. We are actually looking for one veteran in need of a roof, and we try to give back to the community every year. We recently we finished up a development in Denver with Habitat for Humanity. We built some new construction homes for people that were in need, and currently we are looking for one veteran that is really in need of a new roof, and we will come out there and do the installation, provide the materials, and take care of the person for free. This is just one person, so if you call our office, 303-761-6400, explain their situation, we will take notes, and we will do a drawing at some point and move forward with that project.
So a million years ago, or it feels like it, at least 30 years ago, Henry, I was in with a guy named Peter Boyles.
Yep.
I think your dad used to advertise with him. I don't remember, but I used to advertise heavily. And I was doing a computer show on the weekends. So one of the things I had to do was sit in with a host to learn not to say the F word and what to do and what not to do on the air. So I sat in with Peter, and I was on with Tom back then too, but guess who came into the studio one day? And I sat right next to him, as close as me and Deputy Doc, one of the main people with Habitat for Humanity, and he was a president of the United States. Do you know who it was?
You know, I'm not sure.
Jimmy Carter.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he passed away not too long ago, but I got to sit there, and he was in town literally building houses. So when you said Habitat for Humanity, it made me think of that. And what the nicest guy, a lot of people say he wasn't a great president. I was very young. I mean, I was born in 72. I don't even remember what year he was president, but I might have been alive.
I went to his inauguration,
You went to his inauguration.
Well, I was in medical school in D.C. at the time.
He was such a nice guy, and this was probably 20, 30 years ago. So, Doc, he wanted a cup of coffee. I've told this story a couple times, and Tom's going, oh, no, not another story. But listen, I'm sitting next to the president, and Secret Service is out. There's only one guy, he's ex-president, if you will, or former, and he wants a cup of coffee. And we had a coffee room, just like we do here. So I go in to get him a cup of coffee. There isn't one coffee cup anywhere. Not one freaking coffee cup. None. Not a mug, nothing. So I'm going to run down to the very bottom floor. This was at 13th and Lawrence downtown on the top floor. So you got to take the elevator down 20, 30 floors, whatever it was. And there was a coffee cart in the lobby. So I'm already going, okay, I got to go do this. I'm not going to go back in there and not bring coffee no matter what. So as I decide to get on the elevator, I stop to use the restroom. As I'm standing up using the restroom, I look down, and in the corner is a coffee cup, a coffee mug. So I'm going, what do I do here? So I grab the coffee mug under the urinal, and I cleaned the living hell out of it. I used soap. I cleaned that thing. I would have drank out of it. I would have eaten off of it. You name it, I would have done it. I cleaned it that good. And then I filled it up with coffee, and I went back in, and I said, here you are, Mr. President. And
more proof there is a God.
Gave him the coffee, and sure enough, he drank the coffee, and I just always thought to myself, oh, my God, did I really just do that? I mean, it's nuts. He was a nice guy, though, really was. All right, folks, listen, Jerry and Jerry, you guys will be up after this, 303-713-8255. 303 Martino, we'll be right back.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
Yeah, we're still in pretty good shape leading into the lunch hour. We got Tanya running a little heavy coming out of the airport from around the E470 interchange and eventually getting back over towards I-70. A few extra minutes on that drive. 270 still running just a little heavy also coming out of Commerce City. But yeah, most of the freeways are pretty light. I-25 across the city looks good. 10 minutes between downtown and the tech center. There's some slowing coming down Floyd Hill on the westbound side I-70 down through the Veteran Memorial Tunnels. They are doing rock scaling today. The highway's open now, but still feeling the effects. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
Have you ever wondered about the origin of wokeness? Red Pilled America's 5-part series digs deep into the origin of wokeness and how this ideology took root in America. Listen to Red Pilled America on the iHeartRadio app. That's Red Pilled America, a storytelling show.
888heating.com. Man, we talk about these guys a lot. Right now for $45, listen to this, $45. That furnace has been working really hard. Plus, it's still going to be working when you turn the AC on. That's where the blower comes from. They're going to come out, if you're a new customer, for $45, and they're going to tear that furnace apart. They're going to clean the blower. They're going to clean it. In fact, if it's really bad, and a lot of them are, even after one season, it can be up to 30% more efficiency just by cleaning it. But the guys at 888heating.com, if you're a new customer, $45. And, of course, the reason they do it is they want to show you what a great company they are. And if something breaks in the future, you're going to know who to call. Get it booked now, though, 888heating.com.
Brought to you by the Capital One Venture X card. As a founding partner of iHeart Women's Sports Network, Capital One wants to bring you closer to the athletes you love, literally, with premium travel benefits from the Capital One Venture X card. With Venture X, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy and turn everyday purchases into extraordinary trips. Plus, get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when booking on Capital One Travel and access to airport lounges worldwide. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
RPCcenter.com, or Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies. These guys put it all together when it comes to retirement. A lot of people are just going to talk about different investments or try to sell you different products, like maybe an annuity. And other people actually dig into your needs, and that's what these guys do. They're going to talk about Social Security and optimizing your benefits. They're going to talk about Medicare and supplements. They're going to talk about insurance and annuities, and I'll tell you one that's important, long-term care. A lot of people don't have that insurance anymore, but are going to need it at some point. How about estate planning? Maybe you own a business and you want to pass it on to your kids when you pass. You get the idea. These guys go over everything when it comes to retirement. They've been helping people for over 40 years right here in Colorado. Check them out. Get a Zoom call together with them. Meet them in their office. Whatever you want to do. rpcenter.com. Don't wait forever. rpcenter.com.
Done right, did right by me. We've heard those words before. Hi, Dan Cicchini. For Kitchens Done Right, our forte is custom kitchens. But also, ever since we started back in '85, kitchen cabinet refacing and custom countertops. With our unique refacing process, you'll get a brand new looking kitchen without the mess, hassle, time, and expense of total kitchen replacement. How's it done, Todd?
Folks, we'll install custom hand-rubbed cabinet doors and drawer fronts and resurface your existing cabinet boxes with a 1/4-inch thick overlay to match, not veneer. We offer additional cabinets, cabinet changes, sliding shelves, and new drawers. Countertops in quartz, granite, solid surface, or the stunning new laminate. Dad, the folks should call now. Why?
Well, Todd, great cash incentives or a special financing rate of 0% with 72 equal monthly payments with approved credit. Call for details. Kitchens, baths, counters, and floors, finished basements, and windows and doors. Done right. You have our word. We'll treat you right at Done Right. DRHI.com, 303-722-2295, or 800-362-8370.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guarantee details at TurboTax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
I'm consumer advocate Marc Mager. My weight loss journey with DenverRegen.com has been incredible. I'm down 25 pounds in only 5 weeks. No more food noise. I feel full and don't think of food. And the best part, DenverRegen.com has semi-glutide for under $300 a month. That includes everything. The doctor's visits, the medication, everything you need to start losing weight and feeling great. Start your journey at DenverRegen.com. That's DenverRegen.com.
Regen Revolution has helped me so much in terms of getting mobile and active again, and now they'll be helping me and you at their new location near Old Town in Arvada. It's an expanded facility, so an even better version of the great care you've come to know from Regen Revolution. The combination of regenerative medicine and more traditional treatment modalities have gotten me back to being able to play sports and exercise in ways I thought I might never do again. Learn more at regenrev.com. That's REGENREV.com.
What's up, everyone? It's Greg Rosenthal, and I'm teaming up with the king of spring, Daniel Jeremiah. He requires me to say that. We're going to be bringing you 40s and Free Agents, the only podcast you'll need this NFL draft season. From DJ's mock drafts to my top 101 free agents, we'll have it covered for you with all new episodes every Thursday, keeping you up to date as we head to the NFL draft. Listen to 40s and Free Agents on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow 40s and Free Agents and start listening on the free iHeart Radio app today.
All right, 3037-13825, 303 Martino. You've been ripped off or taken advantage of. We want to hear from you. Hey, I had a question on our YouTube. Mark, is it okay to have 3 tires that match and 1 that doesn't? It depends, Jake. It really depends, man. If you have like an all-wheel drive Subaru or something with a transfer case, if the tires aren't very close in tread, you can actually do damage to that transfer case. Now, if it's a rear-wheel drive or front-wheel drive, there's not going to be any problem at all. I'm kind of curious on the Tesla, on anything that's electric. I don't think it would matter as much at all. For wear and tear, it might. But really, if you have an all-wheel drive car, a lot of places like Discount Tire, Walmart, Goodyear, Firestone, they will not even do a mismatched one. And I'll tell you why. I've had people back in the day argue with me, and Goodyear basically told us, this is going back to like 2010, simply don't do it. If it's an all-wheel drive vehicle, simply do not do it. And the reason was Goodyear corporate apparently got talked into doing it over the years by numerous people. One of them lost a transfer case, sued Goodyear, and they actually won in court. And if I recall, basically the judge's philosophy on it was this. The tire expert did it. The person that had the flat tire did not know any better, did not realize it could damage something. So Goodyear put out something for all the corporate stores, and most of us dealers did the same thing. We just simply wouldn't do it anymore. But if it was just a front-wheel drive Honda Civic or a rear-wheel drive Ford Granada or whatever it was, it wouldn't matter. So that, my friend, is the answer. Now, let's go to, who's on one? I got two lines open, 303-713-8255. Jerry, what's your question on life insurance?
You guys do a great job.
Thank you.
My wife has a life insurance policy. I'm the beneficiary. She's had it for 15 years. We have no other need for it now. We use it as a semi to protect our investments in our house. It's a whole life insurance. Can I sell that, or do I have to call the company and see if it has a cash value?
Well, hold on a second. A couple questions. How much is the policy for?
$200,000.
And how long have you guys had it?
15 years.
And how much does it run you about each year?
It's right around $600.
Well, I don't know why you'd get rid of it. Why would you get rid of it? I mean, if it's $200,000, there's companies out there that could very well buy it, but I don't know what I don't know what the benefit is. And then, what is the max term on it? Did you say 15 years?
No, I've had it for 15 years.
And how long does it stay at that $600 range? I mean, is it like a 30-year policy?
No, it's for life. And it'll stay that way for, and she's 10 years younger than I am, and the chances are I'll die before she will.
Yeah.
And we could use some cash to do some other things.
Well, how much cash have you built in it?
Well, that's not, does it have a cash value? I need to check for sure.
Well, I would assume if it's whole life, I mean,
yeah,
it does have a cash value, but you have no idea what that is?
No, I don't. I can find out for sure, but it seems foolish, but I don't.
Yeah, I don't think I would stop paying the $600 right now till you figure out how much you have put in there and how much it is built up, and then
I was wondering if I could sell it to a company. Would they buy insurance like this?
I don't know if they would buy. I honestly don't know if they'd buy whole
There are
life.
companies that do buy. It's called biaticals.
Yeah, but a lot of times when you have something that you can cash out of like this.
Well, no, if it has no cash value.
But it's going to have. I would assume it has a cash value.
Would Joe Quijano know something about this?
Joe would definitely know on it. In fact, he would probably know someone that could, that actually buys them. Hold on, man. That's a good idea, Suzanne. Let's get Joe on and see if there is any value. But one of the things you really need to do in order to make the decision, Jerry, is you got to figure out what the value of that policy is.
Right, I believe that. Yeah.
Yeah, but hold on. Let's ask Joe, just in general, what the value possibly could be after 15 years. All right, 303-713-8255. Two lines open. 303 Martino. We'll get our expert on, Joe Quijano, right after this. That's it.
Call the insurance company, find out what the cash value was, and then call us back, because without that data, I'm sure Quijano would say, I can't give you a...
Well, he might know someone that, that this guy can call and actually sell it to.
But doesn't he need to know the cash value?
I would assume he does, or whoever he calls does.
Right. So tell him while we're waiting to call his insurance company and see what the cash value is.
If he's been doing, what does he say, $600 a year?
That's nothing.
For 15 years.
That's only $7,500.
Yeah, but I don't know how much that grows. I just have no idea about his policy. If it was term, I know he could sell it. I don't think you can. I don't know why anybody would buy his. I just don't know why. I don't know why someone would buy it, because he can most likely cash out of some of it.
Yeah, we worked with it was Habitat, JF, and the CRA, and we did this. It was called Habitat at Augustine, I think.
That's when you put the roof on?
Augustine, yeah. There's an article that Mile High CRA wrote on us for this one. It was pretty cool.
Oh, that's cool.
It was a complex, and they had a bunch of units of, like,
I saw your
underprivileged stuff.
I saw your, I think it was Facebook. Didn't you guys put up a Facebook post on it when you were out there?
Yeah, we did a
was it
Facebook, Instagram. We did a thing on LinkedIn.
Yeah, LinkedIn's where I saw it. I saw it on LinkedIn.
That's where I posted it. The thing about roofing, though, is it's just like people, they give it like a pretty bad rap. You know, it's always been kind of a sleazy industry.
Yeah. In general, yeah.
But like the news stations, they never want to push this stuff. And so it never incentivizes people to do good things, you know, give back. And so I did a press release, and I know like all these big news networks, they want these big donations and stuff like that, but it doesn't help. You know, the more charity you do, the more people buy in. It's hard to get people to talk about it.
I don't think you can. The more I think about this whole life, I don't think you can sell it. I don't know how that would work with the death benefit. Unless you can change your beneficiary to that company, but then you're also giving up whatever cash value it is, regardless, even if it's a small amount. It just doesn't seem to make sense. But it wouldn't surprise me if there is a market for it, because there's a market for everything.
The consensus is that they do like being called morons.
Oh, I didn't see it.
It's just barely. 35% say no, 65% say yes.
That's pretty good, though.
Yeah.
I'll pull it down now. It was Talib that took it down, it looks like. And I did forget about there was a top of a pop button over the battery backup. I forgot about that.
So it was your fault, not Talib.
No, I put it over so no one would hit the switch.
And then Talib blew up the switch.
He did. I'm almost positive it was Talib. He's not outright coming clean on here, but I'm almost sure it was him.
Talib.
Yeah, Tim, he did. I wonder who this guy got arrested for the Molotov cocktails at the Tesla place in Las Vegas. I wonder if they'll show a picture of him. A lot of these people that do it have, like, purple hair. It's crazy. I guess in general you don't see normal-looking people throwing bombs. I mean, like, really, you just generally don't.
That one Olympic Atlanta bomber guy.
Which one? Oh, with 90s, the trash can?
Back in the 90s. He looked pretty average. You know what I mean?
I don't remember. I remember seeing either a movie or something on it.
He, wasn't... He just looked like an average guy. That's the only one I can think of. Actually, I thought the Oklahoma City bombing guys looked pretty average. They didn't look like someone you would expect. Well, I don't know. I don't look at people and go, would they throw a bomb or not?
McVeigh and what was the other guy's name?
Nichols or something.
Nichols. My dad went to college with John Klatonoff, and he was in the FBI forever, and they were at some place in Utah, and he was out in the field. He wasn't like an FBI accountant. I mean, he was out in the field, a takedown guy. And he had this rifle. Yeah, Shannon.
Let me know if you got the Dropbox.
Okay, did everything come out all right?
Do I need to give him a check?
Yeah, give him a check.
Maybe after you check the audio quality.
But it sounded all right.
Yeah, the part I listened to, but it's flawless on that.
Yeah, okay. So they're out there at some guy's house, or all out in the woods, and they have the house surrounded, and he's laying down, and he's got this rifle just kind of zeroed in. There's probably 10 FBI guys. The guy knows his house is surrounded. He's one of these,
militia
guys out there. And they had him for some kind of guns. I think they had machine guns and everything in this house. So as John's looking down that scope, as he tells the story, it's great. All of a sudden, he locks eyes with the guy that's got a rifle and a scope looking directly at him. So they're both like eye and eye, just like this. And John was like, it was the creepiest damn thing ever. But the guy ended up coming out and going to prison instead of having a shootout.
Oh, Talib says, I did not do the vacuum. It wasn't Talib.
Okay.
It was
so
Adwin.
Talib actually pulled the safety cap off of the battery backups and hit it and took everything down. Dave plugged into the batteries and took everything down.
Talib, just so you know, I was like, it doesn't seem to me like Talib would plug a vacuum into a battery backup. Even though Dave Haglund is a super smart guy, love him to death, I was like, that seems like more of a Dave thing than a Talib thing.
But he would.
Finally ready to repeal Amendment 64. Join me at 4.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Welcome, my friends, to the only show of its kind. We're here to solve problems, answer questions, take complaints. Our goal is to make your life a little bit better. If you've been ripped off or taken advantage of, that's what we love doing. We love exposing the bad guys out there. Honestly, we have fun during the show. We dive into politics sometimes, but honestly, we love helping people. If you need help, maybe you just need some advice from an attorney. We've got plenty of attorneys at referrallist.com that come on the air and give free legal advice. We've got great contractors like in studio with us, Henry Bretz. He's one of the owners of Excel Roofing, and they have a great special we're going to talk about. But here is the number. I got 3 lines open. I'd love to hear from you. 303-713-8255-303 Martino. I'm going to bring up one of our experts, but I'm going to bring Jerry back up real quick. He had a question on selling a whole life policy. And Jerry, I just, before we go to the expert, I thought about it during break. I doubt there's a market for it, and I have no idea what your surrender fee would be, but I am going to bring up Joe Chiano from MyMoneyMyWay.com. Hey, Joe, let me ask you this. We know if you have a high enough term policy of life insurance that there is a market out there to sell it. I mean, there definitely is. How much they usually sell for, maybe you can shed light on. I don't know. But when it comes to whole life insurance, I don't know. Would there be?
What's the difference between whole life and term life? Could you explain that, please?
Well, term life, you lock in for a period of time. Like, I think Suzanne and I did, what did we do, 30 years?
I think so.
So we have paid, I think, $800 a year, and we're probably 15, 20 years into it. So that premium will never change. But at the end of 30 years, if I don't die, that's it. There's no benefit. Okay. So term is based upon the term. Whole life generally grows with the premiums you put in, and the premiums are generally a bit higher, but there's a cash value. But I started thinking over the break, there's generally a surrender fee if you want to get to the cash. Hey, Joe, what do you know about, or Jordan, the whole life?
Yeah, definitely. So to your point, whole life builds equity, and a lot of them don't have surrender charges. They don't have surrender charges. Universal life is what you're thinking of has surrender charges.
I gotcha.
So whole life, in this case, selling the policy, there really is a very odd market for that. I don't think it's as available in today's world, I would say, as
compared to term.
70s and 80s. Yeah, for term. But with whole life, if you were to sell it, basically what happens is whatever the cash value is in the policy, the client will receive that cash value minus any loans. If there was any money that was borrowed out against it, or used to pay for the premium, then that gets minused off the cash value. But otherwise, when somebody cashes out a whole life, they get that cash value, whatever is built up.
Why would you, in any terms then, I mean, think about it, why would anybody sell a whole or even a universal life policy? Because you could cash out of it. I mean, and no one's going to offer you more than what the value of the policy is, unless if they become maybe the beneficiary. Like, let's say you've got some kind of terminal cancer, but that still seems weird when there's a cash value to the policy.
Yeah, and to your point, it's hard to make beneficiaries outside of immediate family or business partners.
Well, you got to have an interest generally.
You got it, an interest, insurable interest. So for your point, if somebody was maybe not able to pay for the premium on the policy, they have a provision called a paid up option, paid up. And so if somebody wanted to keep the policy, keep the cash value, and keep whatever death benefits built up in there, they can do a paid up option. And that way they get the best of both worlds, where they still keep their death benefit for the rest of their life on the whole life policy. And they also have that cash that continues to grow, very much like our policies, and they can still use it. So that's usually the most used option if somebody's looking to sell or cash out. They do what's called a paid up option, so they still get to keep their death benefit and just not pay any more premiums.
So Jerry said he's been paying into this whole life policy for about 15 years, Jerry?
That's correct.
And it's about $600 a year?
Okay.
So I'm just trying to figure out just a total guesstimate. I mean, that's not a lot of money sitting there.
No, it probably wouldn't be a whole bunch of cash value. I mean, if you look at it that way.
But the death benefit, he said, is $250,000.
Huh. I wonder if and is it term or is it whole life? Do we know for sure?
It is a whole life. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it is a whole life. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, if and how old are you right now, Jerry?
I'm 80 and my wife is 70.
Is it on both of you or just you, Jerry?
Just her, yeah.
Just her, I got you.
Oh, just her, okay. Yeah, I mean, so there wouldn't be maybe a whole bunch of cash value, but Jerry, you might want to call the company and just verify those kind of options I mentioned, which is first ask what the cash value is.
Yeah, that's
and make
a big
sure
one.
it's whole life. And then basically see, maybe it's a couple thousand. I mean, if you've been paying it for 15 years and 600, you got to kind of do the math there. It's probably no more than 4,000 or 5,000. I would say is probably the most. But you'll get a better number from them. And then also, if it's something that you guys are looking at, just kind of having cash, but you don't want to pay the premium anymore, you can surrender it and get the cash and leave your death benefit with the company, or do that paid up option that I'm referring
to.
Now, only whole life insurance is paid up.
Something, I mean, he could do if you have a death benefit. You guys have kids, Jerry?
No.
Oh, you have no kids? I mean, I don't even know. Maybe they should just take the cash value of it. I mean, I don't know. I have no idea. You're 80, she's 70. The policy is on her. I'd call up, see what the cash, see what it is, see how much you can get out of it.
So I have a question. Are there people that will buy the policy and will wait and get the $200,000 on his wife's demise? Because she, like everybody else, at some point she's going to die. So if they have 100 or 200 policies, it's almost like when you buy CDs.
I don't know if they allow that with whole. How do we find out that, Jordan?
Can't you change the beneficiary to anybody you want?
No.
Why not?
No, not to anybody you
No,
want.
you can't. I don't know why. That's just the way they made the rules up. Well, hold on, Jordan. I'll tell you why, Doc. Because then I could take a policy out on you.
Exactly.
And you wouldn't even know the policy was out there.
No, but
and then when if the mob would have a heyday, we'll put it that way. If they could buy policies on anybody and they can knock people off.
Not. But if I have the policy, can't I assign the beneficiary to anybody I choose?
I don't think you can.
That's different than what you're saying, though, Mark. You're saying it without my knowledge, and I'm saying, okay, I want the beneficiary to be X. Don't I have that option?
Right. You do. They want to still see that there's some insurable interest on that, because the thing is you can put beneficiaries as family members, whether they're blood or not, but family members, you can do it for donations, for that, and you can also do it to banks or lending institutions. Now, what you're referring to, though, sometimes there was policies that you were able to sell.
They're mostly term that I know of, though.
Back in the 80s. Say that again?
They were almost term policies, though.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, is sometimes most of them would be term, but I think there were some whole lives as well, just because of the equity value. But the point would be is a lot of them kind of got out of that because it's a big waiting game, number one, and number two, I think it's kind of frowned upon just because, just as you said, it's kind of they're waiting on the demise of somebody passing, and they're not going to pay you out that death benefit.
I know for a fact you can sell certain life insurance policies. I mean, there's no doubt about it. I don't know how they get around, having someone close to you, having a true beneficiary. I mean, like for real, I can't just go out and take insurance out on anybody. And I understand what you're saying, Doc. I mean, it is different. You should be able to decide who the beneficiary is, and I guess you can. But I don't know technically, how does that work when you sell it? Like, they start paying the premiums. You're not going to be paying them anymore.
Right.
So, is that okay to do? I don't even have an idea.
Kind of like a reverse mortgage.
Can Walmart start buying policies all the time? I mean, I just don't know.
They got in trouble for that, actually. Walmart did get in trouble for doing that. They were putting it on all of their staff, people, but usually businesses, they can only do it for key man or key people employees.
Yeah, key man insurance, but that's like Tom and myself. If something happens to him, I'll get money because I need him, and vice versa. I mean, everybody gets key man insurance, but I don't think, Jerry, here's what I would tell you, though, man. I would call up whoever issued the policy and figure out what the cash value was, and I'd almost ask them. I mean, there might be something in that policy. Forget about if you want to change the beneficiary to somebody outside of your wife, or there might be something in the policy itself that says you can't sell this policy. You can't sell it for any kind of benefit like that.
Why would they care? I mean, if you have a policy...
Because they wouldn't want to ultimately have to pay out on every policy they ever did.
Well, if she passes away, they're going to pay $200,000.
$250,000.
Okay, whatever it is.
And if it's canceled, they're going to get about $15,000.
Well, but the point is, why would the insurance company care who the money is being sent?
Because they don't want to pay out the $250,000.
But they're going to pay it to somebody when she passes.
No, not if they cancel it.
Oh, if they cancel it, okay.
That's what I'm saying. They probably much rather get paid for X amount of time and then get the $15,000. I don't know. Maybe, Doc, I don't know. In fact, I would love to know an expert in this. Jordan, do you know anybody that might know the answers to some of these questions? What the value of a whole life policy would be on an open market? And can they have it on the open market? I don't even know how they do it. I just, honest to God, have no idea how they do it. Why don't they sell everyone then? Why don't they?
Right, and that's something. What I'll do is let me refer to. We have a team here, and we also license insurance people. So let me just kind of
ask around and figure it out. But his main question, Jerry, we're going to get your information if we get some better information for you. But Jerry, what you really need to do is call the life insurance people and see what the cash value is and how much you would get, and then you just got to determine. And we'll try to find out if there is any way for you guys to sell it. I would assume at 70 years old, $250,000, and then how do these companies even value it? What's a woman live to now, Jordan? What's the average? You're in the biz. 80? What is it?
82.
So 82, you got to figure if they get $250,000 on average or an actuarial at 82 years old, what is that worth to them right now? $20,000 maybe? I mean, I have no idea what that's worth right now. You're talking 12 years of even 5 or 6% interest, or even looking at some annuities. I don't even know what the value would be. What's the calculation, if there is a calculation? By the way, that was Jordan Keano. You can check those guys out at mymay.com. I got to take a break. 303-713-8255, 303 Martino. We want to hear from you.
I think your computer, the volume is on. I'm just hearing like a little feedback.
Doc is actually in the studio, so that would be a little tough.
I'm going to head out, guys.
You out of here, Bo?
Yeah. Got 2 dentist appointments.
There you go.
Kid and I.
Something around here is just playing Martino, and it's like on a lag, so I thought it was your computer.
How do I turn it off?
Okay.
Click over here.
You guys going to be in tomorrow?
Oh, here?
What's that?
You going to be in tomorrow?
Cool.
Yes.
Now it's off.
It was very subtle, so I didn't want to totally interject.
You're not. Okay.
All right, my friends, let me tell you about The Art of Granite. We were just talking about them during the last break. Funny enough, our guest today, Henry Brett, you guys had him out to your house, and they did a bang-up job, didn't they? They did a couple bathrooms. What else did they do at your house?
Yeah, they went and did all the granite work at our house and then also our vacation house. And the only thing that we weren't happy with is we didn't have them do the whole thing.
Instead of just different rooms.
They did like a couple rooms, which, was what we asked for. But when we were done, we wish we had done every single surface in the entire building.
Yeah, these guys do such a great job. And one of the things I love, they do big jobs. They might do a casino. They might do a fancy restaurant. They might have done a big house. And there's a certain amount of slabs they buy, and everything matches depending on it. And when they have stuff left over, sometimes it can be 3/4 of a slab. They will actually give that to other people because it was already paid for, first of all, but where they truly make their money is on the installation. That's where they make their money. The fabrication and the installation, they have been out at our house so many times. We absolutely love all of our countertops and even our cabinets and sinks by the folks at theartofgranite.com. Check them out. And by the way, they can give you a quote right over the phone, a couple pictures, maybe some small measurements, and you can have an idea of how much that new kitchen or bathroom is going to be. Theartofgranite.com. Kevin Culkin, Jeff Vick, Sheridan Auto Tech. They're both in all the time on Car Fridays, but Kevin owns Sheridan Auto Tech. And I got to tell you something. These guys are great. Their pricing is great. They can save you money. They can fix any problem with virtually any car out there. And their warranty is nationwide. That 3-year, 36,000 miles. It's through a NAPA program. So anywhere you are in the country, if you have a problem that's under warranty, something they did, you can get it fixed wherever you're at. I mean, there's so many participating shops. It's insane. But I love the guys over there. They have done work for Suzanne and I, and they're just great guys. Kevin is a great guy. Check him out, SheridanAutotech.com. That's SheridanAutotech.com.
Hey, I have a question. Just a personal question. Did you ever think of not joining your dad's company and doing something else, or was this something you always wanted to do? Or did, did your dad kind of guide you into it?
Probably loves it.
I mean, yeah, I love roofing and I love sales, and I mean, he nicknamed me his retirement plan, so I didn't really have too much of an option. But I started doing a lot of so I did private label bike products. So he gave me some money.
You'd buy them like out of China?
Exactly. So I did like private label. He gave me like $40,000.
Didn't you get screwed by somebody on that deal?
There was ups and downs, but I sold all these like grips door to door from bike shops. And I had a couple of sales reps, and I mean, like I figured out how to do sales really well, and I was making really good money, especially for being like 16. The first $10,000 day I had was pretty good.
I'll bet.
And my margin on that stuff was like 85%.
Wow.
One of the things your dad does that's so great, and I don't know where he got the knack for it, but he knows problem customers.
Yeah.
If he even smells an issue, he won't even take the job on. And
he doesn't. Yeah.
He won't. He simply won't. He doesn't care about the money. He just goes, I can already tell this is going to be an issue. Just by the questions they're asking.
And
they expect it to be perfect. Like, I'll give you an example. They expect every single nail to be picked up, and generally speaking, of course you do. But my goodness, you certain people would come off, if I find one nail, it's going to be your ass.
It's usually like the engineers.
I can't go number 2 anymore.
Attorneys and like brain surgeons. And
the guys that are, professionals, and maybe just not that. It's a certain attitude, yeah.
But to answer your question, he's 60 years old now, and for the longest time he'd never had anybody to run the operations, and he's always wanted to travel and do all this stuff, but he's never really been able to do it.
Mm-hmm.
But like since 2022, we really had to rebuild the whole company because we went through a couple like non-hail years. So
that had to be brutal, man.
So we developed like a leadership team. So now we have like an HR guy, recruiting guy. We have like a production manager, office manager. We have 2 different team leaders that do all the sales management. So everything. We have like 5 different departments now that run their each divisions. And so he's been leading this like more recently, but I've come through the building of each of these departments. And so
Fred, what would you like to talk to Mark
I didn't
about?
like build them myself, but I had a lot of input with it and also getting them running. So, I mean, Yeah, I'm here doing my job.
Okay.
So.
But you like it.
Yeah, no, I love it. This is my
Yeah.
passion.
So I mean, it's not like you want to become a lawyer.
Oh no.
And you're not.
Hang on a minute.
I was
Not another one, is it?
It's not a
or
complaint.
anything like that, but I didn't mock trial stuff.
No, I'm saying, but if you want, it's not like you want to be a lawyer. Your dad talked you into doing this. This is something that you just sort of grew into, and you liked it from the start.
Sure, but this is what I'm getting at. There's this guy, his name is Mike Lampert. He has a building, Lampert and Welsh, down the street. He was trying to push me to go to law school. He wanted to put me through law school.
Crockett calls.
But I told him no. I don't want to be a lawyer. I need to be a roofer.
I know my son had no desire to go into medicine.
Yeah.
He just didn't want to do it.
I've just been living it
Yeah,
for
I
so
can't
long.
go
though,
number
it's
two
not anything,
anymore.
I don't understand it.
What's in your wallet?
We're getting calls on that veteran roof.
Al Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
All right, 303-713-8255. Don't forget 303 Martino. That number works on and off the air. Help at Troubleshooter.com. We love helping people. You need help, 303-713-8255. We got 2 open lines right now. I also want to talk again to Henry. Henry, you said the free gutter cleaning, that's done. You got 5 of them. Like instantly, didn't you?
Yes, Mark. So we had 5 people that called up that are over 80 getting their homes gutters cleaned.
Yep.
And the offer still stands. That smoking deal, just $99.
Yeah.
We're normally at that $299 and $399 for 2 stories. But for everybody that calls up today and mentions the Martino gutter cleaning special, it is just $99.
And you're not going to go wrong. I've had it done. Anybody listening, I've had it done probably, I think you guys put on my roof maybe 4 or 5 years ago, somewhere along there. And I have them out twice a year. And if you really do the math, even at the normal price, my house would be $299. Even at the normal price, if you were thinking of getting some kind of leaf guard or whatever the different ones are out there, and there is some good ones out there, but if you start looking at the math, you can have your gutters cleaned spotless every year for like 15 years without ever coming close to what some of those products would cost in general. But you guys do a great job. I was shocked. I mean, they're generally up there. There's, 4 or 5 guys a lot of times?
Yeah, we send a crew out there, and this is something that we really do to maintain our roofs and our installs and take care of our customers. Even at that $299 is kind of a lost leader. This is one of the lower ticket things that we offer. This is not a money maker for us.
But $99 is ridiculously cheap, Henry.
Yep. And that's for today only, so 303-761-6400. Again, that is 303-761-6400.
Hey, Fred, what's your question on Panacea? I hope it's not a problem with ordering.
Well, no, it's not. Hey, Mark, how are you?
Good, man.
Anyways, the situation is, I heard about them on the show years ago.
Great clients.
My wife has an issue. My wife has issues with arthritis, so I thought I'd try some of the product. So I've been getting a monthly subscription for several years now. But I've also bought some of their other products on some of their offers, and they've sent some free samples, so now I have a surplus built up, and I would like to pause delivery for a month or 2, but they no longer have anybody answer the phone, like a lot of companies, and they don't respond to the emails I've sent them. So I was wondering if maybe you folks maybe had a contact number.
Yeah.
You know what, Mark? I do. If he gives all of his information to Kelly, and Kelly gets that over to me, I will get him in touch with the right folks for that.
Okay.
Yeah, we have a direct connection to the owner of the company. What was her name? I forget her name.
It escapes me right now.
Yeah. They're good people. They had some problem, Fred, on fulfillment towards the beginning of the year, and they got that settled. But this will be a no-brainer. They'll get it canceled for you. And just leave your info with Kelly.
Okay, I appreciate that very much.
Yep, hold on. I don't like the fact they're not responding to his emails, though. I mean, They seem
I
to
will
have,
address that as well,
Yeah,
Mark.
tell her they tried to email a couple times. I mean, I doubt they changed her email. I think it was PanaceaLife.com. God, what was her name? It's driving me.
Well, the owner is Leslie, but
Leslie.
but I have a new contact now for order issues
You
for
do?
their distribution center, so that's who I'm going to contact.
We had a bunch of calls saying they weren't getting their monthly stuff for a while, but they got that fixed. Hey, Henry, Doc asked you something very interesting during the break. So Henry, of course, is with Excel Roofing. His dad, Jay Bretz. Jay's been coming in on the show for, 15, 20, maybe 25 years. Long time. I mean,
Long time.
in fact, you're the same age, or you're a little older than Tom's kids, right? So you guys kind of grew up together.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so Doc asked you, did your dad kind of push you into the family biz? Do you like the family biz? I am curious. But one of the things I really found funny is your dad's nickname for you.
Oh, man, yeah. So, I mean, I never got into this at a specific moment. I've just been living roofing my whole life.
Forever.
Yeah, if it's not roofing, I don't really understand it.
Have you been up on a roof actually doing roofs in it?
I was up on a roof this morning.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're taking care of a leak at Tom's house, so I got the crew started this morning. We're ripping apart the tiles, redoing the battens.
So even as a
fixing the
teenager,
underlayment.
you were doing this stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I don't get to do a whole lot of the installations myself or the repairs, but, if it's fans, family, friends, anybody like that, I love to get my hands dirty and get it taken care of.
Have you ever taken off a roof? I hear that's one of the worst parts.
You know what? And this is the thing. A lot of roofers that complain about tear-off being so messy, everyone's got it good now. When it was cedar shake and cedar shingles, I've been on some of those tear-offs, and I've done those tear-offs myself. They are disgusting. You get all this dust up in your nose everywhere. It's just this wood, and it attracts
brittle.
It attracts dirt too. So it's just like a landslide and mess. And
do you still see that cedar shake anywhere?
There's just some people that are still hanging on to it.
They like it.
They like it. And there's all these synthetic options.
I wasn't even sure if you could insure it anymore.
Well, that's the thing, because it's not fire rated. It's wood.
Yeah. Well, it's fire.
Exactly.
I mean, you get one little amber, that whole roof could go up.
Highly flammable, absolutely.
You guys did a synthetic on ours, and it's basically hail-proof, and it looks like slate.
Yeah.
I love it. Comes in different colors. It was interesting, though. You said Tom's house this morning had a leak. What's weird about that is he's got a cement roof.
So the thing about a concrete tile is most of that water is going to go underneath the concrete. There's I think it's about 70-30. So that's backwards. So
it hits the underlayment.
70% is going to drain off the concrete tiles. 30 is going to go underneath it. And so the underlayment, which is the felt paper, if that develops any leaks, it could potentially cause, some water damage in the house. So even though Tom's roof is intact, there are some penetrations that allowed that water to get inside.
So what do you end up doing? You pull off those tiles, and then basically redo whatever's under them.
Exactly. So we go up there, we shoot it with water, we just blast the whole roof, get it to leak. We then rip all the tiles off in one area. We take off the battens.
And then, of course, you use the exact same tiles going back on.
The same tiles, but we use different underlayment, right?
Yeah, I got
you.
Underlayment,
it's essentially just like this. I mean, think of like wrapping paper or some waterproof material, and you put it underneath the roof, right? And so if that is leaking or has any punctures in it with a tile roof, it's going to leak into the house.
Got it. All right, let's take a break. 303-713-8255.
Cool, thank you.
I got to go through all these. I would have been done with all those other shows if it wasn't for Shannon.
You're going to be crying for the next week over that.
I couldn't believe it. I'm just glad I caught it. If I didn't catch it, oh my goodness.
When your hands went into your eyes last night like this.
I know. I was
like, oh my gosh.
Once I heard a few blips, I was like, oh no. Oh no.
Me and the dogs, we laid low. We're tiptoeing around, trying not to make any noises. Nico did okay on his walk.
Yeah, I'm interested on what CSU's going to find out.
I'm not interested.
Yeah. Well, I think they can fix it. I just don't know what it is. I'm hoping it's just muscular. And we're just not, he runs so much. Even when he's out back, he's just running around 100 miles an hour.
Do anything to him, I hope. You know what I mean? I used to run him so much. But it's not like I'm a power runner. I mean, my run is his trot.
Yeah.
You know? How are your little corgis? Are they so dang
Charlie's
cute?
Great, yeah.
Oh, you have one? I thought you had two.
Well, we need to.
You didn't have
He needs
to?
a girlfriend. Yeah,
He needs a girl.
it's just one right now. I mean, he's an only child. He lays out on the bed, but he does this spling. It's this style of laying down. It's
Yeah.
called splooching. Do you know about
Yeah,
that?
the back legs
Yeah.
go. Yeah, our Mini Aussie does that.
It's
Almost.
awesome.
That's
It's
the
so
only
funny.
way she does it.
It's a riot when you see them. Like I didn't know corgis did.
Oh yeah, he does it all the time, and it's just when he's like really comfortable. And this morning I walked in there, and his front legs were all the way forward, and his back legs were all the way back. He was doing like a Superman. It was pretty funny.
36-year-old Paul Kim. I wonder if there's a picture of him.
Good sir.
Hello.
Here he is.
I think corgis are so cute.
They're adorable. They're super high energy though.
That's okay by me.
3 more minutes.
A few years ago, do you know Highway 86 between Castle Rock and Franktown?
Yeah.
That kind of canyon. We were driving a few years ago, and there was a little corgi out on that highway.
What do you do?
So we stopped. I'm like,
God.
oh my God, we're on the way to the
do you
show.
do?
Like, oh my God, we got to get this guy off the highway. So I go. It was a girl. I go to the road. I get out of the car. She literally lays on her back for me to rub her belly.
In the
middle of the
highway?
road. I am like, if
Oh
this
my
dog
God.
does not get claimed, she is mine. She got claimed. The owners were grateful.
30 seconds.
Do we have 30?
You do.
Uh-oh.
Mark's going to timeout.
Called into the principal's office.
Who is he?
He's program director. Okay. That's JoJo Tenenbaugh.
Who's that guy?
Tenenbaugh? Is that how you say it, Dragon?
Turnbow.
Turnbow.
Turnbow. Yeah,
Turnbow.
Is it Turnbow or
Turnbow. That's how I've always heard it.
I like Mark's style on the radio.
He's a trip.
It's more conversation because Tom, he's a little more like.
Yeah.
He bounces hard off each topic.
Yeah.
Mark, he really kind of gets into it and talks about it.
Yeah.
He allows me to talk a little more, so I guess it's a preference to that. I really appreciate
Brings you in more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Everything okay?
Yes. Yeah, that's funny.
Are you in trouble?
No, God, no.
Of course he's going to say no.
Okay. Yeah, Gal put a hold on the guy's subscription for Panaceas. He handled that fast.
Say that again?
The gal paused the guy's subscription
Oh, good.
for
Give that
Panacea.
update on the air. Dang it, this thing just locked up. Chrome is not responding. This is not locked up forever and a day. That one over there, Henry, used to be the worst computer in the world.
This one right here?
Yeah.
I felt like there was a time that these didn't have the licensed version of Windows.
No, it was so old. It was crazy. It was like, I don't think it was Windows 95, but it might have been Windows 2000.
10 seconds, guys.
Home Improvements. DRHI.com.
Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
All right, talk about a quick problem solved. Suzanne reached out to Panacea. A guy called up, said, hey, I can't pause my subscription. What'd you find out?
So I just sent it over to their distribution gal, who's been really helpful, and she paused the subscription right away. So
I used to love, was his name Mark? Who was the doctor?
Oh, Dr. Jamie.
Yeah, Jamie.
Baumgartner.
You knew Jamie too, of course, Doc.
Yeah.
I liked him a lot.
He was so smart. He knew everything about the properties, the chemical components. He was just a wealth of information.
And for folks out there, what they sold, I don't know if they have any THC now, but back then they didn't have any THC. So they sold Panacea, and they still do. I think it's PanaceaLife.com. And I always thought, up until Jamie, Doc, that, CBD... I just thought it was always kind of weird. Same with THC, honestly.
Like hokey or something?
Yeah, I just didn't know. I always thought it was a way for people just to get stoned. I mean, really, I thought that. But then after meeting Jamie and all these listeners that use their products, and we're talking people with cancer, we're even talking people, they had a product for pets. I had so many people call up on air talking about how their dog or cat was doing so good on CBD. It's crazy.
Well, it does relax for people for the most part.
And then the chemo stuff.
That's why they always say, you've seen alcohol cause bar fights. You've never seen somebody who's smoking dope start a bar fight.
No, you actually don't. You're right. They're just kind of a mellow
it just mellows
yellow.
You out. And
mellow yellow.
When I was doing medical marijuana medical certificates,
when did you do that?
Oh, after I retired, I just did it for a little while for a friend of mine.
So you would, what would you do?
I
They'd come to your office?
I worked at their office. I would treat people. I would interview people to see if they qualified.
So you would write the prescription?
Exactly.
Oh, and let me guess, it would go like this. I've got a problem sleeping, and you'd write them a script.
Well, no, I did it legitimately, which is why I got fired, because they wanted me to give it to everybody, and I wasn't going to lose my license.
Well, for you, what was a valid? Okay, so what's not valid? Let me ask you this.
Okay, all right.
Hold on. What's not valid about I sleep better on marijuana?
Because it wasn't an accepted use of it at the time.
It wasn't.
It was not.
What was an accepted use when you were doing it?
It was chronic pain or glaucoma or...
And how do you tell, if someone comes in and goes, I get this pain in my shoulder all the time?
Well, I had a kid come in on his 18th birthday who was complaining about chronic back pain.
And it happened to be his 18th birthday.
And I said, you know what? If you have chronic back pain at 18... you might as well just shoot yourself because you're going to have a miserable life.
Oh,
and
my
marijuana
God.
isn't going to do it for you.
It's no wonder he lost his job there. So how many people would you say you saw?
Oh, a couple hundred.
And then how many scripts did you write?
Not that many.
Like half?
No, maybe 20%.
20%?
Because people would come in, I had another kid come in, she had shoulder pain because her purse was too heavy.
Look, it wasn't me, but I'm not going to say who it was. I mean, generally they're on YouTube, but there used to be an RV that would pull up in front of a pot store, in front of one of my Goodyear stores in Peoria. In fact, I think the pot store is probably still there. But this RV would pull up, and all around the neighborhood there in Montbello, they'd have signs up, the doctor's going to be here Saturday or whatever.
Right.
And I would see from my shop a line.
Absolutely.
And I asked somebody I knew that was in that line. I saw him, and I literally called him while he was in line. And I said, my God, does everybody get one? And he said, yeah, you walk in there and just say, I got a headache, and they'll write you a script.
Well, I did it legitimately. I had a piece of paper, history and physical on file for every person that I saw. And I was not going to lose my license.
Over that. Well,
because at the time, they were really cracking down.
So I always kind of looked at it like that. I'll circle back around, kind of phony baloney, like you're talking about. But what I did learn, and honestly, chemo, a little CBD, I learned because of Jamie and other people, it's incredible. It's life-changing.
Well, THC is definitely life-changing for the side effects of chemo.
Oh, big
There's
time.
no question.
Which is remarkable because it's still not, I don't believe it is, it's still not federally legalized. Hey, let me ask you something, just because of your age, you're in your 20s. I mean, growing up, you grew up when pot was everywhere, right? Back in the day, like if I had to get pot, when I was 15 or 16, we'd have to drive from Voorhees, New Jersey, either to South Street in Philadelphia or to Camden, New Jersey, and we'd buy a dime bag.
You have to
we'd
put
have
your
10
life
bucks.
at risk to get a little.
Oh my God! If we
weed.
went to Camden, it was putting your life at risk. It was crazy.
Really, truly, nowadays, I know more people that smoke weed than drink.
Period.
I mean, people, they say, "Oh, I don't get aggressive. I don't get violent. I'm not hungover in the
Are
morning."
they high all the time though? Do you think people?
Well, you never
generally
know,
abuse
because
it?
a lot of times when people are smoking weed, they're not super high. You know, they just take a little bit, or they smoke chronically, and so you can't tell.
Okay,
But you're right, they're not
let's say
starting-
out of 10 people your age, 20-somethings up to 30, that you know, how many would you consider chronic smokers? They smoke every day.
Probably 3, but probably
3 out of
7
what?
out of 10.
3 are chronic.
Yeah, and then it's probably 7 out of 10 smoke occasionally.
Weekend smokers.
Yeah.
Wow.
You know those ones that only smoke weed and don't drink? That's called California sober right there.
Yeah, I always found that weird. In California, you can be sober and still smoke just pot.
But the thing of it is from my experience, meeting someone that smokes a lot, they're a little lower functioning than someone that drinks. Just because the day-to-day, they seem like they're in a little bit of a brain fog. They're not quite as sharp as someone who drinks on the weekends.
What's weird to me is we know someone that smokes so much, I couldn't tell you, well, it's like you were saying on the chronic, I couldn't tell you if they were high or not. I couldn't tell you if they smoked or not. Generally, they smoke all the time, though. But, I mean, it's really strange when you can't tell. You must build up an immunity to the dope that is crazy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Go
the
ahead.
crazy thing about it now is that all of this marijuana, the THC levels, is so high when it's synthesized, and before it was all grown, right? And so it's not as strong.
No,
now,
they got it down to a science. The
I
weed
mean,
I smoked as a kid was probably, I don't even know, man. I mean, you had to smoke a whole joint
It's
to really
probably
get high.
20% of what the potency is nowadays.
Exactly.
Yeah,
And
we called it Mexican dirt weed. That was the majority. Good stuff back then would be like skunk weed.
They have these edibles now. They call them face melters or something like that.
Face
They're like
melters.
250 milligrams. And for the listeners, a 6
melter.
A 6 milligram edible will get you high. And
Well, why would they have one that's 250?
It incapacitates you. It's
Why
so
would anybody
strong.
want that?
I don't smoke.
Why do
I don't
people-
take
why do people
edibles, so
do
I'm not
heroin?
sure.
Well, that's a great question, Doc, because it looks like all they do is zone out.
Exactly.
Well, I
but-
guess I'll say this: it probably makes them forget about all their problems.
Right, but if you zone out on heroin, there are people who will zone out on marijuana.
Where do you get a face melter? You can't buy something that potent, can you?
So I'm not going to weed stores, I'm not going to dispensaries scouting this stuff out, but it seems pretty readily available. So
God,
I'd
that kind of
assume
milligrams.
that they got to sell it somewhere.
That's crazy. This all came back to the CBD call. And, Panacea did a great job. I don't know if they sell it, but I'd still stand up for their product. They haven't been an advertiser for, my goodness, probably 3-4 years. COVID really messed with those guys. That was a tough one getting through COVID, like any other business. All right, 303-713-8255.
I had one kid that came in, he wanted marijuana because he was going to DU, and he didn't like the cafeteria food. So the only way he could eat the cafeteria food was if marijuana made him hungry. He did not get a license. He didn't get a prescription.
I don't get hungry enough. Can you
Yeah,
write
look,
me a script?
this Dave guy, I buy 100 milligram pieces. And how
Holy
strong?
cow.
Yeah, it's one of the listeners. This stuff is so strong.
100 milligrams. Give me 30. I had to reboot, or not reboot, but reopen all the browsers.
This has been a good show. It's been very engaging. This has been so lively. Lots been happening.
Where's K&H? Hold on, give me another 30, bro. I can't get to this
screen.
screen.
What do you need,
Mark,
Mark?
that's
Do you
my
need to pull a
job.
number up?
No, I got to get to this. Here we go.
Look at this. Look, Talib, yeah, face melters, D8 gummies, 25 count. They're available for 2,500 milligrams, Delta 8 THC gummies for $50.
I'm good. Bradley O'Brien, I'm going to tell you why I love this guy. Maybe you are buying a house with someone other than your spouse. Well, he's an attorney. He does residential and commercial real estate and anything in between. Maybe just looking over the docs. And we've talked a lot with Brad on the show. If you're buying a home from like Lennar or one of these home builders, you better have an attorney look at that contract. You might find out that they can charge whatever they want for that house when it's finished. The other things are, if you're a landlord in Colorado and haven't looked at your leases in a while, you better make sure all the changes and the laws are in there. He can look at any form of deal, something pretty straightforward or complicated. He can check out property line disputes. Maybe you got a problem with the neighbor, an offense or an easement, adverse possession, anything residential or commercial real estate. Call Bradley O'Brien, 720-370-7388. He's an expert on the show. He's a great guy. Check him out at olslaw.com, olslaw.com. Now, let me tell you about K&H Construction. These guys have been around since the 60s. Listen to that. How many places have survived that long? How many businesses? Now they feature Alpen windows, which are windows made right here in Colorado. If you have a mountain house, you're going to love them. They're super insulating, thermally efficient windows. They're just great. I can't put it any other way. Made right here, and K&H is one of their premier distributors. The other thing they have is beautiful diamond coat siding, and they have a full line of windows from different manufacturers, any price range you can imagine. And they just got a painting division. So if you want to get the interior or exterior of the house painted, reach out to K&H. Their new painting crew is unbelievable. They got great deals going on right now. Check them out at khwindows.com. That's khwindows.com. Tim says, XL Roofing, wonderful job.
Appreciate it.
Boy, a lot of people use this. I'm a nurse and patient who chronically use CBD or marijuana. Sometimes the most difficult patients to worm with. What does that mean, to worm with?
They're either very irritable or you can treat their pain.
I'm not sure what that means.
What does it mean when you're worming with someone?
I wonder if that's a...
What?
Don't you hate when there's a word
What is worming?
that some generation uses?
I thought you were going to
What does it mean?
I don't know what that means either, so...
Yeah, no, but I'm saying, is that, yeah, exactly. I'm going, is that a misspell?
Worm with someone means to gradually and often subtly or deceptively gain a position of trust, affection, or access, sometimes with ulterior motives. Oh, I see. It's supposed to be work with. I was taking her very literal.
Work with, it's worm with. Well, I started thinking, is that like meshing?
I'm like,
They're
where can I use this in my
I was thinking more of like a bedside manner because she's a nurse, like worm with.
Doc is right. 4 guys get drunk and start a fight. 4 guys get high and start a band.
Start drawing and create some priceless piece of art.
Dimitri, are you there?
Oh yeah, yeah. Just
Gosh, you've been
I'm
so
here.
quiet.
If you guys need anything, let me know.
I've got a little trivia for everybody coming back.
Let's hear it.
We're going to see how smart Doc actually is.
Uh-oh.
I'll be pretty impressed if anybody gets any of these.
What are they?
Although if
Trivia
anybody could, it's
questions?
Doc.
I was smart. I got 1580 on my SATs.
What's top, 17?
16.
16. Wow, that is good, Doc.
Hey Henry, how much
never
do
took
those edibles
And,
cost?
all these things come up. People have these MCAT review courses.
Henry, are you offline
I
to
never
hear
took
Dimitri?
That. I just took the MCATs.
I can't hear
I got
it.
98th
Hit offline
percentile.
to your left
we're
up
back
there.
in 10
Oh,
seconds.
Never
good.
mind. Start doing that. I'll remind you.
Wait. Denver's talk station.
A nice healthy conversation.
Definitely moving in the right direction.
630 KHOW.
All right, 303-713-8255. We got lines open. We'd love to hear from you. We got another hour coming up. During the break, we were on our YouTube channel. You go to youtube.com. You type in Troubleshooter Network. You'll see it. What was interesting, though, is someone chimed in. Leah said, I'm a nurse and patient who chronically uses CBD or marijuana, or sometimes the most difficult patients to worm with. And, of course, she meant work with, so it was a typo. But Suzanne and I both looked at it going, well, she's a nurse. Maybe that means like a bedside manner to worm with, to get together with. And it made me start thinking about when I hear different words that I have no idea. I have no idea what they mean. And I mean real words. It's crazy. The other thing is when someone texts you something like LOL, but of course everybody knows laugh out loud now, but there's certain ones I have no idea what the hell they are. So I got to ask my kids what they are, which is crazy. So I started thinking words that aren't used anymore, words the kids, Doc, kids. In fact, I'll say this, Mr. 20-something over here. I'll say this. If you get any of these right, I will be so impressed it's crazy. I'll let you give the Excel roofing information out 5 times. That's how crazy.
The pressure's on.
You can't
Okay.
look up anything, no. You can't look it up. And Doc, I
let's hear
would
it.
assume you know some of these, but maybe not.
Well, let's see.
Maybe not. Snollygoster. SNOLLYGOSTER. Don't Google it.
Nope.
Snollygoster.
No idea.
Dragon, have you ever heard that word ever?
I'm going to go with blowing your nose.
A snollygoster, yeah, or sneezing. No, it's actually...
lying and deceptive.
I can think... Did you look it up?
I did
It's
not.
not like... It's close. A snollygoster, I think I'm saying that right, snollygoster. A shrewd, unprincipled person, especially a politician. So you would say, oh, that Ted Cruz or whomever is a snollygoster. And I don't actually think that about Ted.
Oh, I know.
That Joe Biden is a snolly. Well,
I never
he's
heard
not
that-
smart enough to
never
be a
heard that word.
snollygoster. I have never heard of that in my life. Okay, guys, you ready for the next one? Really quick. Brabble. 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 Have you ever heard that word?
Never.
These are all real words.
I know. I've never heard it.
Brabble. It means to argue stubbornly about trifles. 1400 English. Unbelievable. All right, guys, we got another hour going on. 303-713-8255, 303 Martino. By the way, it looks like they caught the Tesla bomber in Las Vegas. More coming up.
Weekend Revolution has helped me.
My bad. My bad.
Talib says Brabble is in his personal dictionary.
Brabble?
Yes.
What is
Brabble?
his personal dictionary?
You know how...
Words he's never heard of?
No, the one I picked up from Talib is follow me down the road.
Yeah.
Follow me down the road. I love that.
I've said that for 20 years because of Talib, literally. Follow me down the road. That is absolutely true. 20 years.
We've had some deep conversations with Talib over the years, wouldn't you say?
Oh, absolutely. And
Yeah.
we've also seen him rolling on the ground laughing so hard it's insane. No, we've had some really good deep conversations. Boy, you got that right.
Yeah.
That's one way to put it.
Yep.
And with Belinda, quite frankly.
Yep.
Some of the stuff I've learned from those two and just the culture of being black is something a white guy from Jersey would never know.
Yeah.
Just never know. Interesting stuff. he used to say, Talib would say that people in Colorado were the worst kind of prejudice. And this is a conversation. I have no idea if he feels this way anymore. But his reasoning was very strange to me at the time 30 years ago. Because when I would think of stuff like that, I'm thinking of like a bigot just using the N-word and just calling it and telling jokes and, everything you think about.
Disrespectful.
But that wasn't it. The reason was because in Colorado, he really never heard that because he would say, it's there, but people aren't showing their true colors.
Yeah.
It's all kind of behind the scene. And I guess I agree with him 100%. Not necessarily that that's how people are now in Colorado by any means, but what I do agree with is I much rather know who I'm dealing with than someone act like they like me.
Yeah, but what's interesting is then you come from Rod Greer with JFR Cars, his perspective of growing up in Colorado. Now, he's a little younger than Talib, I would say by 20 years.
20 easily.
Yeah, and he's a little younger, but he felt like he did not grow up with... He didn't feel like there was this bunch of racism in Colorado.
Yeah, you're right.
Remember that? And he was born and raised here.
Yeah, that's...
Where Talib was raised in,
California.
I believe, Cali, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he went to, I want to say he went to, didn't he go to Berkeley?
Probably.
He went to a big college somewhere. But yeah, I always found that really interesting. But then, on the same kind of wave, Virgil, who's older than Talib, black man, he was in the Air Force forever, and then he worked part-time for me, my God, for us for years. Yeah. And he would come in, and he's the one whose wife was pretty bad with cancer and stuff, but he would tell me about driving through Mississippi on the Air Force, going from one base to another. And, man, those are the kind of stories that scare anybody to death. They had CB radios back then. There was no cell phones. I mean, we're talking, what, the 50s, driving through Mississippi, and they drive by a gas station where the good old boys are all hanging out front, drinking their beer, and the next thing you would hear on the CB radio, he said, is, man, let's just go get them. Let's forget about it. They're in the wrong part of town. And it wasn't something they were just saying. Back then, that kind of shit would happen.
Right. And then back to Talib and Belinda, and I know sometimes it's kind of a joke, but I think they're half serious when they're like, we're not coming out to Franktown. There's no lights out there. They don't like black people out there.
Talib will tell you, and I believe him that he believes it, that every time he's been out there, he's been profiled.
In Douglas County?
Yeah. Well, the one thing I will argue is I live there and they profile me. Especially after you got me my license plate, thank you. The dumbest thing I ever did, Henry, okay? Solid black Tesla Model S.
This is my idea.
This is completely hers, and it hit me like a brick after it was done. I go get custom plates. She picks them out. Laugh my ass off. See ya.
LMAO.
That's what my plates are.
I saw it in the parking lot. Yeah. I actually noticed it.
Everybody notices it. So now every cop notices it.
LMAOCYA.
Oh.
Laugh my ass off, see it.
Right.
I'm glad they
because no matter what's next to me at a stoplight, I'm faster.
Right. But he's like regretting it.
Yeah,
do the cops come for you?
They never get pulled over. I'm usually an auto drive.
Follow me all the way from Franktown to Parker at Douglas County. He never did, but I sort of felt like it was because
profiling
of the
your
plate.
ass.
You know, if that happens, I just pull over into a gas station and let them pass it.
Yeah,
that to me makes me just look more guilty. I better just keep going.
I get
and
off on an
play cool.
exit and do like a roundabout way, but
yeah, there's nothing. You know, if they're following me and they haven't put their lights on, I go for the first exit, shopping center, whatever, and before they have a chance to find something.
See, my plate on that Porsche was a roofer, and now my plate right now is re-roof.
That's not bad.
Yeah, so
no one's going to pull over re-roof.
Profiled for that.
I couldn't believe it, though. I started thinking after I got it. I mean, we got so many compliments. You just park going into a restaurant.
Now he wants me to take it for my ex.
Yeah, so when she gets her new one, those plates are getting transferred in because I'm done.
With other ideas for mine.
I love vanity plates.
I do too. They're fun.
I love all the colors
from
you can choose now.
Yeah, and it's cheap, $30, and it doesn't take that long.
No.
When they it's printed, they don't look printed, but those black vanity plates are printed. So
you're taking jobs away from the convicts?
Probably.
Oh, I'm sure they're happy about that one. They don't have to work anymore.
No, they wanted to do something. I mean, you don't want to sit in yourself. That's what I've always said. If I was arrested for something, and they said you're either execution or life in prison, I would take the execution.
Yeah. That's easy to say up till that Green Mile.
24
Till
hours.
that last meal, then you're like, maybe I want another meal.
Yeah.
23 hours a day in an 8x10 cell, that I would go insane.
I wonder what truly a last meal can be. Can you have like anything? I doubt it.
Basically.
I think you can choose like, I want steak or chicken, but you're not going to go, hey, I want a medium prepared steak from Shanahan's. I don't think they go that far.
Well, they wouldn't say from Shanahan's, but they would give you a medium tomahawk.
That one over in what is it, El Salvador? They probably they offer you ramen noodles.
No, they give you like rice.
That's what you eat is
puree.
rice.
Yeah, it's like rice puree.
Yeah, no meat is ever served in the prison.
Tough, man.
Charming Colorado. Even some thought leaders on the left say it's gone too far. Do you think Coloradans are finally ready to repeal Amendment 64? Join me at 4.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Welcome, my friends, to the only show of its kind. Only show of its kind. We're here to solve problems, answer questions, take complaints. We love helping people out. You've been ripped off or have any kind of problem, we got a list of people at referrallist.com that love jumping in. In fact, today we have an expert in. He's a roofer. My goodness, Henry Bretz. His dad is Jay Bretz, has been with us, I'd say, over 20 years, honest to God. So any questions on roofing, we'd love to hear from you. They got some great specials we'll talk about as far as gutter cleaning and anything you want to talk about. 303-MARTINO, 303-713-8255. We were talking about words that just aren't used anymore. How about this one, Doc? You ready? I've never heard of any of these. We talked about snollygoster. How about fudgel? Fudgel. F-U-D-G-E-L. Fudgel. Fudgel. It's an actual word. I love this. I love this word. I might actually start using this word. You ready? I know a lot of employees that do this. Not that I have now, because I don't have any employees now. But I know actually, Kelly fudgels a lot.
Yep. Does that mean to pretend you're working?
To pretend you're busy, but in reality, not doing anything.
Oh, okay.
I'm kidding, Kelly. Have you ever heard that word, though? Fudgel?
No.
I have never heard that. How about groak? Groak. Groak.
I don't know. Is it a verb, an adverb,
You're
a
a
noun?
doctor. You said you got like a 1,500 or more on your SATs, and you've never heard of these real words.
These words don't come up on the SATs.
And we have to assume Mark's pronouncing them right.
Well, he has perfect diction, so he is.
Well, do you know what they mean?
G-R-O-A-K.
Do you know what groak means?
I do. I'm staring at the definition.
All right.
To silently
before this?
watch someone while they are eating. That is crazy. Groak. I just don't. I don't understand why these words went away. Actually, some of them are pretty good. Okay. Oh, this. I don't know how to pronounce this one. This one I don't. Jargogle. Gargoyle, but it's not.
It's not gargoyle.
Jargoggle. It must be jargoggle. To confuse.
Why not just say confuse?
I have no idea. It's crazy, Doc. When you were becoming a doctor, since you had such, I'd say you must have a high IQ, right? If you had a 1,500 on SATs.
Wait, 1580.
1580, and the highest is 16?
It's 16.
That's crazy.
I know. I was pissed off I got one wrong.
That's insane. Did you ever take the SATs? I've never taken them. Suzanne, you never took them, did you?
The ACTs, right?
I don't think so.
You decided, what I love about Henry, you decided to walk in your father's footsteps with, you got to be, if not the most successful, one of the highly most successful roofers in Colorado. I mean, I think you guys do more roofs than anybody I know of.
Yeah, we're really proud of that. It's definitely been a
what's a crazy
grind.
year in roofing? How many roofs are you talking about?
I think last year we did 1,500 projects.
Is that a normal?
That's a lot of roofs.
No, I know that's a lot.
I'm not
what
sure
I'm saying
how many
is,
were actual roofs and not repairs.
what I'm saying is that a normal hail season or hail year for Colorado last year, it wasn't crazy and it wasn't
big.
dead.
That's big. Yeah, that put us in. So last year we were the #1 buyer of Owens Corning roofing materials,
And that's your main supplier
in the region.
in the region,
Yeah,
so even outside of Colorado.
So that's like Wyoming to New Mexico.
Hail everywhere.
Yeah, so for like this year, we got an award from OC for growth. It was year-over-year revenue by percentage, and so we do a high volume, but it's all just taking care of each person.
Yeah.
Every single customer matters. It's not about scale. It's not about increasing revenue or anything like that. It's about taking care of people.
Well, and your
people
dad's been doing that forever. I mean,
Yeah.
one of the main things is you don't pay a cent with you guys till they're content. I mean, a lot of roofers want some money down. They make it sound like they want that person to get that contract signed, and they want to have some skin in the game in case they try to bail out of that contract. And you guys, even if someone signs a contract, as long as you didn't start the roof, I mean, you guys will let them out of the contract.
Yeah, we let people out of
It's
all,
not
all
worth
those
if they don't
contracts.
want to use you. Why would you want them to be forced to use you? It's going to be a horrible experience for both sides.
Well, the one thing that consumers don't usually see is a lot of these roofing contractors, they say they have a good track history, they have all this credibility, but then they have these contracts where they have like a 15, 20, 25% cancellation fee.
Yeah.
So when you realize that...
Or they have a no cancellation fee.
One of the big things that's happening in our market right now is because everyone's preaching this local roofer, right? That's been going on forever. But now what's happening is private equity is buying up these local roofing companies, and they're shooting these out-of-state roofers into
Henry,
these companies.
I'm going to share something with everybody listening. You brought up private equity, and it's amazing. People have no idea. Garage doors. We go back 10 years, we probably had 10 different companies on our referral list, all guys like you. All guys that own the company, have great crews, and take care of the customer. Private equity came along and scooped up. In fact, I'm not going to say names of different ones because I'm not saying they're good or bad, but they are no longer owned by the name on the van. They have nothing to do with it anymore. I mean, it's really crazy. But that was one that was absolutely insane. The other one is home services. Home services, private equity, furnace companies. Yeah, there might be 30 out there, all owned. Think about this, all owned by the same company. Now, isn't that a little crazy? You go to fix, think about this. You go to get your garage door fixed or a new garage door. You guys deal with hailstorms. People get new garage doors all the time in Colorado. So what do? You call around. You call 5 different places to get quotes. And funny enough, 4 out of the 5 or 9 out of the 10 have pretty much the exact same price. And they all seem pretty high to you.
And they're all owned by the same person.
And they're all owned by the exact same company. You think you're pitting different companies trying to get your business, but they're all owned by the same company.
Yeah.
Private equity has completely changed everything in home services, garage doors. Roofing is a huge one. How many roofers would you say got gobbled up by one of these guys in the past 5 years?
So I don't want to name drop.
No, I don't want
companies,
to. I don't want you hitting names either.
Like there's a lot, and I mean, really, the history of roofing in Colorado is so. Jay Bretz, he went to Texas and learned from some of the storm chasers and understood what not to do.
Yeah.
Okay, so we came back to market, and there was 1 or 2 other companies that had established themselves, but since then they've sold to other people or they sold to private equity, and so I mean, really, there's not a whole lot, and especially with private equity, they offer these high. They do a multiplier, right? So it's a multiplier of gross profits or net profits.
It's massive.
Either one, and they don't care.
Here's the good side of it, though. Here is the good side of private equity. You got Fred's Garage Door. I'm making a name up. So Fred's Garage Door, this guy owned that company for 20, 30 years, built it. He's got great cash flow. He's got great profit, and his kids want nothing to do with it. and now he's trying to sell it. He doesn't quite realize how to sell it, what to sell it for, and what he's selling. Because a lot of times an independent operator like a garage door opener, what are you selling? Maybe a couple trucks. You might have some assets, some hard assets, but really what you're selling is the knowledge of whatever you learned and the customer database, the people they call you. So all of a sudden what private equity did do is it brought people like Fred's Garage Doors an easy out, and the multipliers can be staggering. I mean, really, I've seen 10x in some of these things with plumbing. Think about that. Your company makes $150,000, $200,000 a year, and you've been doing it for 40 years, and they're like, yeah, we'll write you a check for $1 million. Oh, and by the way, if you still want to stay on as an employee for a little bit, we'll let you do that as well.
So we see that with roofing a lot, those kind of multipliers too.
Massive.
But the issue with private equity is they're sharks, and a lot of times with
my
roofing,
God, are they sharks?
They put these contracts together that says, okay, the owner or the founder needs to stay on as CEO for 10 years. But what I've heard from a couple contractors is these PE firms, they will fire or terminate the owner one day before the contract expires and cancel the entire thing.
Yeah, maybe. But if someone walks into a deal like that, I mean, they've got to hire an attorney.
You're right. I mean,
I'm not going to say it's their fault. That's not where I'm going. But I will say they got to be careful.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to have an attorney look at a deal, but it's really changed everything. Now, the other thing I'll say about private equity is there's good ones out there. I don't necessarily think I have a problem with someone coming in and buying a bunch of HVAC companies or garage door companies or any companies. I don't have a problem if someone comes in and buys a bunch of restaurants. What I do care about is if they lie or if they try to cheat people, but most of them don't. Most of them actually run a pretty honest business, but they want a substantial return on their money. They can invest in anything. They're like sharks we see at Shark Tank. They can invest their money, and I think it's Kevin O'Leary that says it. You know, when I send my money out, I want it coming back to me in multipliers, or why do I invest? There's other things out there. But because he's a shark and Cuban and all the people on there, I don't think they're bad, but they do not operate. They do not buy stuff. But now saying all that, I love the fact that you guys keep it family.
We want to stay family as long as possible.
And you've had the same crews forever.
Yeah, they've been with us. And like a lot of these PE firms, the reason that they're successful is because they bring in their standardized marketing.
They know how to do it.
Their standard operating procedures.
They've done it in 5 other states.
And so, I mean, really, like where you see a company go from just a small mom and pop to like a national is where the internal people, they realize the importance of those SOPs, the KPIs, and just streamlining their efficiency.
The efficiency is incredible if you think about it. Every industry does it. Instead of having 10 bookkeepers for 10 different companies, you buy 10 companies, you got one bookkeeper. I mean, there's an example. You're not dealing with multipliers out there. Redundancy, you don't even need it. I mean, basically, you've already done it. You've already bought companies in Texas, roofing companies, and you made that work. Now it's time to go do it somewhere else. And then some of these operators they buy from are very savvy, too. Some of them start going, oh, I want to start getting involved in this. And they do travel with the private equity and learn how to do that. So, I mean, it's like anything else. There's good things, there's bad things. But I do love the fact when you're dealing with Excel Roofing, you're dealing with Henry, and you're dealing with Jay, and you're dealing with Dominic, and you're dealing with people who I have known personally now for 15 plus years, and Tom 25 plus years. So, I mean, there's something to be said for that big time. But if you ever want to cash out, you must think, oh, that's kind of cool. There is private equity, right? Seriously. I think there's a lot of people's goals out there. I knew a guy that would build up. It's on a much smaller scale, and it's 20 years ago. He would come in, and he had a little bug, what do you call him? He was an exterminator. And his thing, he would go to hotels, little ones, nothing fancy, private hotel brands like Oyo, something individually owned but has a name on it, like hotels, Motel 6, whatever. And he would create these routes where he would go out, once a month or whatever it is to spray for bugs, to do whatever. And he would create this route that might be worth, to him, $100,000 a year. And that was good money for him, especially 15, 20 years ago. Then what he would do is turn around and he'd reach out to Terminex and he would sell that route for, back then the multiplier was maybe 2 or 3. So he'd put 200,000 or 300,000 in his pocket. And then you know what he would do? He would turn around a couple of years later after the non-compete or go to a different market and do the exact same thing, create another route, call up Terminex and sell it again. That's all he did. Literally, that's how he made a nice small fortune over his lifetime. And he was pretty cool. Anyhow, everybody hold tight. 303-713-TALK. Approached a bunch of times.
The amount of money that Jay has been offered, I can't even believe.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah. And the important thing, though, to realize is that if we were to sell, what would we do? Like, we're roofers. I know exactly who you're talking about, the garage door company. They flipped their marketing around.
DenverRegen.com. These guys have helped me lose over 30 pounds. It's been, I guess we're coming up in 14 weeks. When I talk about them live, I got to start calculating stuff. But what's really crazy about these new weight loss drugs that they offer, first of all, the pricing's great. $300 a month. That includes everything. Doctor's visits, initial consultation, and, of course, the medication. You give yourself a shot. You don't even feel it, I promise. The needle's so small you can't believe it. But once a week. And what it does is it gets rid of the food noise. It's remarkable. You don't think pizza, spaghetti. I love Italian food. I just absolutely love it. Lasagna. You don't think about it. You just don't. You're not hungry. You don't feel hungry. But more importantly, I think, is that food noise is gone. Check these guys out. They're great. And prices aren't changing now. It's still under $300 if you get locked in. But there's some rumors out there that these drug companies are going to stop these compounding pharmacies because there's no longer an issue. So here's the deal. Go to DenverRegen.com right now and get signed up. DenverRegen.com. Bradley O'Brien, I talk about him all the time. If you're a landlord, I promise you want to call him up if you have not updated your lease. In Colorado, there's been so many laws changed when it comes to the tenant. You want to make sure everything's on the up and up when that lease is signed or renewed. He can help you with that. He can help people buying a house that aren't married. I mean, think about it. What are you going to do if you're buying an investment property with somebody? He can look at any kind of deal like that. And if you're looking at renting something, let's say you're opening up a restaurant, you're going to lease commercial property. He can go over the entire lease and make sure you understand everything. He can handle property line disputes, fence problems, easements, even adverse possession. He can just look over a title and do a review on a survey. He can do anything there is with commercial and residential real estate. OLSlaw.com. That's OLSlaw.com.
You lost your mic again.
What do you got to do to get back up?
I don't know what.
It happens every week.
It's just the craziest thing.
Mark says
I don't know
it's
what
not
else to
his
say.
issue.
It's not my issue.
But it only happens tomorrow.
Yeah, I can't go number 2 anymore.
Oh, go offline so you can hear.
Yeah, I can hear him.
Okay, good. It's like, because Mark does this when he talks. He holds the mic.
Yeah, Tom does this.
That's why it keeps falling off.
No,
if you play with it, you'll go blind.
It's crooked.
This needs to be fixed. And in 5 years, they won't fix it.
It looks
crooked.
Literally, it gets loose. The threads don't tighten.
So why don't you just get some super glue and put it in there?
Switch it out with Susan's. I think Susan's
It's not a bad idea, Doc. Or some Loctite.
So there was this thing in New York education system.
Say it again.
They had this thing called the SP in New York. The way it worked, you went kindergarten to 6th grade, junior high school was 7, 8, and 9, and high school was 10, 11, and 12.
Yeah.
So they had a program called SP that did, instead of junior high being 3 years, you could do it in 2 years. So the way they did that was they measured your IQ on the Stanford Binet, and if it was 140 or more, you got to be in the SP. So I know my IQ is at least 140. What it is over, it could be 141 for all I know.
You're a regular Mensa guy.
I never applied to Mensa. Seemed to be a dumb thing to do.
What do we got after the show? Anything? I just got to cut those infomercials up. Is that it? I think so.
I was trying to record my heart rate real quick. Anyway, we have orders.
Oh, and orders. Damn it, I forgot about the orders.
Yeah.
Did we get those ads taken care of for the springs?
Say that again?
I sent you that email just to run what you proposed.
Yeah, I saw that.
Okay.
Yeah. They'll start, I think, next week. Does it start next week already?
Yeah, but the orders are due.
God, I can't believe we're in April.
I know.
I cannot believe we're in April.
It's Dolce's birthday tomorrow.
Oh, it is?
So, yeah.
21 or 20?
20.
20. How old's the boy? How old's can't think of his.
I think he's 19.
Bonnie.
Bonnie, I'm losing him.
18.
He's 18?
Yeah.
He turns 19 in October, I believe. She's March, he's October. Are you guys going to do something fun? Do you celebrate with her generally?
I usually do, yeah.
Oh, cool.
See her tomorrow at some point, but coming in to record some radio slots tomorrow at noon.
Ah,
Be back.
cool. Here, you're going here or to Tom's? Here.
Did you see they pulled that lady's UN
10
nomination?
seconds, guys.
What is it?
TrajanWealth.com. 630 KHOW, an iHeart radio station.
All right, folks, 303-713-8255. They arrested that guy that threw, apparently, the alleged suspect in the Tesla dealership bombing. It's kind of crazy reading about the guy. I'm trying to find his name here. I saw a picture of him. I hate to say this. He kind of looks like he could be a bomber. You know, some people just have that mischievous, I want to kill you kind of look. I mean, I kind of get that from this guy. And I can't find his... I found everything on a particular website that had a picture of him, but that website keeps locking up this computer. What did you guys think of that? I mean, what do you think there, Dragon? I mean, I don't know. You can't go after him, I don't think, as a domestic terrorist.
Paul Kim is his name.
Paul Kim. And he's like 35, right? Do you
36,
do you get nervous driving a Tesla now at all?
Me?
Yeah.
No.
I don't either. I don't know why people would start thinking that, you know, it's going to get, maybe it could get keyed. I guess that's possible. Henry, would you drive a Tesla? Or you rather just not be controversial at all? If you even call it that. I don't even know why it is. I find it crazy, although if I lived in certain cities, I'd probably be a little apprehensive of parking a Tesla at the mall. I think it's all BS, though.
Well, you have to valet it. Make sure that the valets watched it.
Maybe, but still, I mean, when people are throwing Molotov cocktails at dealerships, it's crazy.
Well, when you went to the Bernie AOC rally, how safe did you feel there?
I would not drive it to a Bernie AOC rally at all. What's Brown's thoughts on any of that? Has he touched base on it? I know he's...
Why is anybody even remotely wanting to do anything with these Teslas? Because
they're saving people
all around them.
They're saving taxpayers money. Actually, you're funny. Driving down I-25, I see more Teslas than I think any other car.
Yeah, there's more Teslas than like anything.
They used to love them. The liberals used to love them. I mean, they loved Elon Musk.
I see these stickers now on Teslas that are anti-Elon stickers, and they're just clarifying that they don't support him.
Yeah, so they won't get keyed. It might be smart for anybody to put that on there, regardless of what you think.
Yeah,
I bought this before he went crazy.
What? So, in your age range, 20-something, are people in general more Trumpy or in general more lefty? What would you say, just in your your age range and people you know.
So from my unbiased roofer opinion, I believe that. I think that Trump has really cultivated a strong following. It's really amazing.
A lot of young people, too.
It's extremely one-sided. Like, you're either right or you're left. There's not a whole lot of middle ground.
Not anymore.
And, like, I don't know. I feel like 3 or 4 years ago, you didn't want to be outspoken about supporting Trump, but now a lot of people.
Well, think about it. A year ago, 2 years ago, you'd never want to talk about being a supporter of Biden. I mean, after that debate, especially, I mean, I know hardcore liberals that their jaw dropped. They were like, the guy doesn't have anything upstairs. He's full blown gone. I mean, 4 o'clock would come and the guy couldn't talk, man. I mean, that debate showed a lot.
I think that a huge issue is that for a lot of younger people, they're getting too much of their news from like TikTok and Instagram, and that's a huge issue. I mean,
Trump pulled a lot of younger people this time, though.
Sure, but it's all through like entertainment content. It's really hard to know any policies and any factual information when you're just getting TikTok videos about it or Instagram content.
So you'd say almost anybody in their 20s, that's the main thing.
Yeah.
Well, I'd say anybody in their 70s, the main thing's usually MSNBC or maybe
At
Fox
least that's
News.
real reporting, though. I mean, it's debatable, but it's not just like creating some nonsense and putting it on the internet.
Yeah,
just
you
for
mean
entertainment.
literally
No,
just
it is
nonsense.
It is creating nonsense at MSNBC.
I agree with Doc on MSNBC. They're horrible. In fact, their ratings show it. They have no ratings. You know what's curious about TikTok and YouTube and all that stuff? They just absolutely destroyed all these TV networks and radio stations and everything. Destroyed. I mean, it's not even close.
A lot of the stuff that's going live
Cable
now is
news.
deepfake. Have you seen that deepfake content?
No.
Yeah, it's really.
I've heard about it. I mean, it looks real as it can get.
They use AI to create the voice and create the imaging, and so I mean that's super deceptive. You can basically create a video of Trump or Biden or whoever it is
Saying whatever you
want
Or
them
doing
to say. Exactly. So, I mean,
there'll be legislation on that. I think there already is for. I want to say they did pass something on porn, deep fake porn. In other words, someone taking a picture of someone at school, like in high school, and then creating a deep fake site like that. I mean, can you imagine how devastating that would be?
Or else they get a porn GIF and put somebody's face on it.
Yeah.
Which is the same thing, basically.
Yeah, well, some of these deep fakes, like he's talking about, I don't even know how they tell the difference.
And just for the viewers, a deep fake, it's where you create an artificial intelligence video. So it's not any animation. You're just programming basically into some sort of AI to generate an image that looks real and sounds real.
Oh, it looks so real. It's crazy, and people do it constantly. It is kind of a different world that you have grown up in, Henry. It's kind of funny having you in compared to your dad because I feel like my son's in here. I mean, these are the kind of conversations I have with Miles all the time, and I just can't believe the difference how you guys grew up. Although I'll say this, with you and Miles, you're very similar. You guys kind of have the same pathway. You didn't go that college route. You're educated. There's no doubt about that. But what I'm saying is you decided to jump right in.
And my son, who's in his 30s, is the exact opposite.
Yeah. He's a big liberal, though, isn't he?
Oh, he hates Trump. Yeah. I can't even mention his name at dinner time.
We have so many people older, like in my parents' ages, so in their 80s, that think if you didn't get a college education, think about this, if you didn't get a college education, you're just lower. I mean, I guess that's how I put it. I mean, I don't want to say you're dumb, but I mean...
You just get more respect.
There was a stigma of not having it.
It's the opposite now.
I know. It's so changed. It's crazy.
I mean, the trades are really what a lot of people are pursuing, stuff like roofing or concrete or electrical. I mean, that's what's going to create the most millionaires going forward.
Look, I'm going to tell people something that's probably mind-blowing to them. A store manager at Walmart, I mean, your salary could be, let's say $150. Okay, I mean, everything depends on stores and how long you've been there. But people say Walmart doesn't pay their employees right, blah, blah, blah. Your bonus can be triple. Your bonus in that scenario would be $450,000 if you hit your numbers. That's $600,000 a year.
Wow.
I don't know anything coming out, including being a doctor and a certain attorneys. I mean, a personal injury attorney can clean up left and right. One case can make their entire career. But if you really think about jobs coming out of college, oh my God! And I'm not even throwing in the student debt thing, but think about how long it would take to make that coming out with a teaching degree.
Well, think about even a doctor. I mean, after college, 4 years of medical school, 4 years of residency, and 1 year of a fellowship. It's 9 years,
and you're not making anything.
Where you're making $30,000 or $40,000 a year. That's it.
Wow.
Which comes out to about $2 an hour,
if that.
Yeah, so that kind of stuff blows my mind. I'm used to a world where it's all paid by performance, so like however you can, however much you can do in sales or building your division, market, whatever it is, it's all paid off of
a good
increase.
Salesperson is worth $1 zillion.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, really, it's really incredible. Probably one of the hardest things in the world to teach would be to be a good salesperson. It almost seems like you either are or you're not. It's hard to take someone that has never sold anything and doesn't have that certain something.
I could never do it. I could never be a salesman.
I got a break. Dragon's yelling at me. 303-713-TALK. No, certain people just simply can't.
Jay's a great salesman.
Yeah, your dad's a great salesman. You're a great salesman.
Thank you.
You just got, yours is just time.
The main thing that we see is just like building someone's confidence, because you can't really sell anything or consult on anything if you don't have any confidence. So when we're training people,
yourself?
Yeah, just like, well, it's really just yourself. I mean, because you can really know your product, but still like if you don't convey your confidence to the customer, that like we're gonna take care of you, and that they feel that, and they feel like the sense of like, oh, well, I have this doubt in my mind that this person's really going to follow up.
You have to be assertive.
Oh, wait,
you have to be confident in you and your product.
Yeah.
That's the other thing.
Oh, I got to look this. Hey, there is a Power Pack Live seminar coming up. In fact, Martino's going to be there. And then Barry Miller, he's the guy that put this Vestera turnkey around. You're going to learn a pathway to comfort and wealth that's going to just shock you. We're talking about 45% or more annual returns without the conventional risks or hassles. Basically, it's all based on property. And anything you invest is backed by the actual house. You own the deed, or the deed's in your name. You own the house. You can sell it any time you want. But really, where the secret sauce and what they're going to be talking about, and I'll give the dates in a second, is Barry is so good at finding up-and-coming areas in the country. So he'll find an area that maybe Microsoft or some Tesla or some company is going to move their corporate headquarters there or something, bring a lot of jobs, or it's just booming in general, and then he'll buy the house right. And we're not talking a fix and flip. It's nothing like that. We're talking a house that's ready to move in. He finds the property, you buy it, and basically when you want to sell it, you sell it, and you take all the profit. In the meantime, you rent it out, and they find the right property manager, and so it's just turnkey. That's why he calls it Vestera Turnkey. But sign up for the seminar. Ask all the questions. It's a remarkable deal. Go to mybiggestreturn.com. mybiggestreturn.com. You're going to love it. It's April 5th, by the way. It's coming up. What is that? That's like a week away. You better get signed up now. mybiggestreturn.com. Gravina, you've heard that in Colorado since the 60s. They do windows and siding. What I love about Gravina, they're coming out to our house in the next couple of weeks and installing a brand new beautiful sliding door. They came out and brought cutouts in different colors, and they go through everything, do all the measurements, make sure it's going to fit perfect. Pricing is unbelievable. They got every price point. And when it comes to windows, check this out. They have over 20 manufacturers with 50 lines of windows. So when you talk about having the right window for you or the right window for any budget, these guys have it. GravinaWindows.com. GravinaWindows.com. I haven't seen Ross. Hey, where is Ross, Dragon? Did he leave the country?
Well, he was on vacation last week, with a listener trip, but he's been out this week
Did he do 2 weeks?
No, he's one of the people on the trip got COVID, so he's just staying home just to be safe.
Got it. This guy on YouTube said...
I was just a store lead.
No.
The store. No, he's saying, I said Miles is a store lead, and Tim says that's what my GF is, a team lead. And I'm like, there's a difference. I mean, that's great. She's a team lead. Don't get me wrong. I'm saying there is a difference between a team lead and a store lead.
Well, the store lead's over 400 associates at the store. They're over the entire store.
There was a gentleman, John Scott, he was like, well, how does one become a manager at Walmart? Work there for 10 years at $18 an hour? And I'm like, I corrected it. I'm like, if you're a hustler, you'll move up fast.
4 or 5 years.
They cultivate those people.
Hey, you work your ass off, though. You
work your ass
60,
off.
70 hours a week, and especially during, like, inventory and Christmas, you work your ass off, but they pay extremely well. Anybody that says Walmart, maybe way back when, they didn't pay good.
There was a certain stigma.
But I think, like, even a small store, like Elizabeth or somewhere where it's not a busy store, they're still making... I mean, a checker. I think a checker's making 20, 25, and if they've been there 5 years... My God, they could have a month off a year, and they could be easily, with overtime, pulling down 60 to 70. Did you even like school, Henry? I hated school. I had the hardest time just sitting there listening. It drove me insane. I absolutely hated school. My daughter, she'll be an attorney this year at 22 years old. She skipped like every grade and loved school. I have no idea how that happened. Absolutely no idea. But then my son hated school. We drug him through his teeth.
He could hardly pass art.
He failed art.
It's like, yo, you are?
Drug you nuts, huh?
It's going.
I really tried my best, and it was still really difficult. I guess you got me a good work ethic.
Available with TurboTax Live.
Boy, that was a thought-provoking conversation on YouTube. People are like, I didn't know Walmart made that kind of money and blah, blah, blah. It is interesting, though. I agree with you, Henry, 100% that things have changed. People used to think they have to go this pathway of college. Now they get out there and start hustling. And sales is the biggest one. I'm going to go back to that. If you're a good salesperson and you're honest, that is a big part of it. You can sell anything. I don't care what it is. You can sell medical equipment. You can sell roofs. You can sell cars. You can sell anything. But then Deputy Doc was saying something interesting, which is you could never be a salesperson.
I just don't have it in me.
Yeah, it's a whole different... it's not even necessarily a different personality. There's so many ways to sell. You might be a soft salesperson. You might ask for that sale. When I first started selling tires, way back when we first came to Colorado, I would ask people why they didn't purchase from me. I was pretty aggressive on it. If they weren't going to buy it, say, why aren't we just closing it right now? I'd love to get your sale. And I'd follow them out the door still asking questions. And a lot of them I'd turn around and get back in. So I was a pretty aggressive salesperson. But then when I started selling computers, and especially point-of-sale systems and servers for my computer company, I would have a much different thing. It would be the softest sell you'd ever imagine. I remember meeting with, who'd I sell all those point of sales to? The barber shop I used to deal with.
Floyd's, yeah.
I remember meeting with the owner of Floyd's 20 years ago, and they had probably, 10, 12 at the time, and we were doing the point of sale for every one of them. And the sell to them was a lot different. I brought it in. I said, hey, here's what I want to do. Let's just set it up in this one location over here. Tell me what you think of it. If you want to move forward, let's do it. And that was it. I mean, there was nothing else to it. So that's it, man. I mean, sales is sales, but once you can sell something, you can. How about, I never understood this, and I'm so happy people do it. My mother was a teacher forever. I mean, that's really what she did up until she quit working, and I love some of the teachers. I try to look back on teachers that I think of. Do you have any you guys think of, Suzanne, that changed your life in a good way?
Yeah, I sure do.
Like what?
Mrs. Ritchie, she was my high school typewriter teacher, and I learned to type from her, and she was just a good friend, with all my family problems.
I got it. She actually got involved in your life and made some good changes.
Yeah.
Did you ever have anybody like that, Henry?
Yeah, I had one teacher. Her name's Sarah McCammon, and she really, I mean, you talk about it a lot in the workplace, but like cultivating a great culture.
Yeah.
And she had a really good culture around her students, and
that's hard
really
to do these
pushing
days.
People. Yeah, it's really just like touching your students. I think that's difficult to do while also balancing, pushing them.
The professionalism.
Yeah.
You know what's really hard if you think about it? You go to school for at least, 4 years, and then generally I think you become at first like a kindergarten teacher, but by the time you work up to either a middle school or high school, and I only know one person that we know in the good family friend that basically I'm talking about her journey more than anything. So now she has her own room and her own kids, but she had a 4-year degree. And when you better love it, because it's not something you get paid a lot on. That's where I'm going. And thank God we have teachers, but the reality is you better love working with kids, because you ain't getting rich off of it by any means. In fact, just the opposite. Although you do get, typically speaking, you have a lot of time off.
That's true.
So if you actually add that in, I mean, maybe the pay's pretty good, but I'm already up against the dang clock again. All right, 303-713-TALK. Don't forget 303 Martino works on and off the air. And I want to tell you what Jay Bretz and Henry Bretz are doing again. $99. Listen to this. They come out to our house every year, twice a year, and clean our gutters. We have pine needles everywhere, 100-foot trees and pine needles piled up so high I can't believe it. They come out and do our gutters twice a year. They get up there, knock out every gutter, put these hoses down, the downspouts, they clean them out. It's beautiful. You're going to love it, and they send a whole crew out. Generally, it takes them at least a couple hours. I mean, I don't know if our roof's big or not, I mean, is in the grand scheme of things, but they're generally up there at least 2, maybe 3 hours. For $99, you're not going to get a better deal. It's usually how much, Henry? $299?
It starts at $299.
Usually
and then
$299
goes up to
or
$399.
$399.
And like I was saying before, even at $299 and $399, we're really not making a whole lot of money. Right?
You're not making
and
any
so
money.
At $99, it's a killer offer.
You're sending 2 to 4 people out to a house for 2 or 3 hours. You're losing your ass. Let's not pretend what it is. You're going to get out there and do the best job ever, and they're going to say, damn, I loved Excel. We've been listening to them on the show for, 20 years. Then when that hailstorm comes, they're going to call you. I mean, that's why you guys do it. I mean, it's a great deal.
Yeah, it does a couple things for us. It keeps our guys busy,
Big time.
And then also, we're able to connect with the community and get ourselves out there. So, yeah, absolutely. $99 today only. 303-761-6400. That's 303-761-6400.
It's a great deal. Call now.
You know what I was going to say, Mark? Sometimes when it gets slow, we ought to bring back, I thought it was a great feature on Tom, what you guys did.
What was it?
30 seconds to rant.
Oh, a rant.
Did you have callers call in for that?
We haven't done that in so many years. It's just been, I just don't know how else, but it's been just slow volume this year. I mean, since the beginning of the year, pretty much. Even December is always slow, but we're used to that.
I'm really curious to see your listenership, over there.
It's massive.
Yeah.
you got to remember, callers, when people talk about call volume, I mean, it truly means nothing. You take, like, the guy before me, Michael Brown. Does Brown even take a call?
No.
Yeah. John Fuller, Fuller Law, how I love thee, and I'm not kidding. If you ever need a personal injury attorney, you call John. Suzanne and I have used him twice. Both times he got us the best results possible. Every penny the person that hit us had an insurance we got. He got us maximum results. Then, something that's very interesting, and I don't think all attorneys do it very well, he actually negotiates with, like, the ambulance company and the ER and the chiropractor, whoever's involved you racked up bills with. He negotiates with them after the settlement and gets them to take unbelievable less amounts of money, and that's how he really makes you a lot where other attorneys couldn't. I love John Fuller. If you want the best attorney out there, when it comes to personal injury, call him. We've used him twice, both times. Couldn't get better results. I'm going to give you his phone number. Put it in your phone in case you're ever hurt in an accident. 303-597-4500. 303-597-4500. 303-597-4500.
All right, see you tomorrow for Pizza Day.
Pizza Day. Hey, John, I just bought a lot. John Scott, I just bought a lot more Walmart. Right around 84.50 something, 84.50 about, I think it was last week. They don't pay a big dividend, but they do pay one. But it's been a remarkable stock. Remarkable stock. It's at 85.89 today. I've done great on Tesla, but these guys are killing me on Tesla lately. I got lucky. I'm in it like around 110, 115, and it was up in that 480 range. I was like, woo! And now, I haven't even looked at it recently, what is it, 275 or something? So I've still done, I mean, I've more than doubled, almost tripled on it, but my goodness, when it looked like 500 was around the corner, man, I was dancing. I was on cloud 9. I probably have too much Walmart, but here's the deal. If the tariffs kick in, there is no other retailer. Well, first of all, they're the largest retailer in the world, period, end of story. And they are so good at execution. They are so good at fixing a store. Their management, they have it down better than anybody else I know.
Walmart,
it's incredible. So their year after year continues to grow, and when they get good store managers in, good aggressive ones, I mean, they're talking up to 10% year over year. And anytime there's tariffs, anytime there's a recession, anytime there's inflation, Walmart can pivot quicker than anybody else in the world because they're the largest buyer in the world.
So that's what we're trying to do, and like Owens Corning, that material manufacturer, they do that same thing, and it's really just having these aggressive comp plans in place for your employees so that they get a lower base, but then they're paid on the performance. So someone who's a really high performer, if they want to make a lot of money, they just need to put the work in. Because what sucks is when you have everyone at a salary, and they're capped, and if they really want to push the company and they really want to push themselves, there's no compensation structure in place for them to do so.
Man.
And it really limits people.
Yeah, John, I looked at rebuying some Tesla at there, but I am Tesla heavy, bro. I am Tesla heavy. Probably, oh man, I'm not going to say numbers, but I'm Tesla heavy. It's like owning 8 Model S's, Tesla heavy. And then Walmart, I'm extremely heavy too. I would not own Tesla if I was going to retire in the next 5 years, though, right now. It's so crazy. I've never seen a company where the guy's in the White House every day. I've never seen anything like it in my life. But their car, oh my God, it's the best car out there. Can you believe Joe went out and bought one? He drove mine once. He didn't even drive it. I just put on autopilot and he drove around town. He bought it literally last weekend.
Well, you bought the S without test driving.
Yeah, it's true. I never even got in a Tesla and bought the S. You're absolutely right. I can't think of the last time I didn't test drive our Genesis either.
Yeah, but you had already known, you knew what that was going to be like, you know?
I don't think I have test driven a car at all in a long time. I know what a car is.
We've always driven around the Santa Fe for a hot second when we bought a new one. But, yeah.
Sometimes they make you. They're like, no, we want you to drive it. I'm like, I've owned 12 Santa Fe's. Yeah. There is no difference between this Santa Fe and any other Santa Fe.
10 seconds,
No
guys.
lie.
Podcast adds his acerbic wit and wisdom with his breakdown of the Signal text fiasco and NPR CEO Catherine Maher's mental mediocrity on display in testimony before Congress. It all starts at 2 on 630 KHOW.
All right, 303-713-8255. Don't forget 303 Martino works on and off the air. We would love to take any emails from you at help@troubleshooter.com. Like I said, we have great people on our referral list at referrallist.com, like the Bretts, Jay and Henry, who's been in studio with us today. And I do want to tell you one more time about Excel's special. It really is good. There's no phony baloney. There's no hard sale here. It's not hail season. They're trying to keep their folks busy, and they want to show you what a great job they'll do for you when it comes to your roof. But bottom line is $99 are going to clean the gutters. Typically speaking, in fact, every other time I've actually advertised this for you over the last 15 years, Henry, and for your dad at Excel Roofing, it's basically been $299 if you have a one-story house, and then $399 if it's a two-story house. And that's what I've been paying you guys forever. I assure you, you guys will be getting a call from us right afterwards to get our first in. But $99 regardless of the size. And these guys were great and gave away some free gutter cleaning today, which went in 10 seconds for folks over 80. Go ahead, Henry.
Yeah, absolutely. And then for all the listeners, I just want to make it very known that we are doing a free roof for a veteran in need. So if you find anybody or know somebody that is in a tough spot that is a veteran, we would love to hear their story. If you give us a call or send us an email, our phone number again is 303-761-6400.
And you can call that for that $99 gutter cleaning. They do a great job, folks, I promise you. 303-761-6400. They've been out to our house at least 10 times with the gutter cleaning. They did a hail-proof roof, which allowed me to up our deductible big time. So basically, they saved us a ton of money. I saw other people, by the way, getting roofs in our neighborhood last year. We had zero damage whatsoever on our roof. That roof is crazy. It's called F-Wave. It's synthetic. It looks beautiful. You got to check out excelroofing.com. But that special is today only. They got to call today. You can't get it done today. Do they have to call today? Or for the people listening on podcast, can we say a couple days?
If it comes through a podcast, I'll make a special exemption. But for everybody else, today only.
All right. Listen, guys. See you tomorrow.
Hey, see you later. Have a great afternoon.
You too, buddy. See ya.
Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
In life, we're always looking for an advantage, and the same goes with real estate. That's why I recommend Frank Duran, therealestateman.com.
With our advanced motivational marketing systems, we give you a very unique advantage in the Denver real estate market. It's simply the most innovative and proactive marketing plan you will find anywhere.
I'm consumer advocate Tom Martino, urging you to use Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. With RE/MAX Alliance, 303-920-1622.
As a founding partner of iHeart Women's Sports Network, Capital One wants to help you hear more about today's top female athletes. Learn more about your favorite teams and keep more money in your wallet with no fees or minimums on checking accounts and no overdraft fees. Just ask the Capital One bank guy. It's pretty much all he talks about. In a good way. Capital One, what's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One, NA, member FDIC.
Guide dog partners bring greater freedom, confidence, and mobility. They are trusted friends that offer new opportunities for social interaction and greater independence. Guide Dogs of America is a nonprofit organization that provides these loyal and loving dogs free of charge to people who are blind or visually impaired. To learn more about Guide Dogs of America, visit our website at guidedogsofamerica.org or call us at 800-459-4843.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. Make us the #1 preset on the free iHeart Radio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. Another round of massive cuts